Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Olujabi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol. We get very Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased.
Nothing like service again, no. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space.
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, BusinessDay is your guide.
Hello, this is Bode Oshosami on Global Business Insights on BDTV, where we bring ideas and discussions on the business headlines.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
On behalf of our author and Business Day, I unveil this book or recommend the book to everybody in Nigeria and Israel. As a Thank you very much.
I want to congratulate you, Femi, for putting this together. I'd like to thank Frank Agogo, Business Day, for giving him the platform to do this. I was part of this because our facility was asked to answer questionnaires and fill forms.
There's a ferment in the Nigerian healthcare system. There are a lot of challenges, but there are also a lot of opportunities. And then the fact that the private sector is beginning now to take its rightful place. It's not now being seen as a competitor of government, but is beginning to occupy to create a larger footprint within healthcare itself in terms of funding, in terms of direct service provision, in terms of even creating the aspirations and in terms of supplying the personnel. And that is how it should be. We are developing a customized health service on both the supply side and the demand side that should be fit for purpose in an environment. The supply side is moving fast, but without looking at the demand side and facilitating it, that is the access of the people who need to use the services, there's only so far they can go, or they'll be making investments that cannot be returned in the foreseeable future, and that is not right. People talk nowadays about patient capital. No matter how patient the capital is, that is waiting for a long time to get returns, those returns must be built into the system. That means somebody must be paying equitable amounts of money for the service that is being rendered. It doesn't have to be the person who uses the service. In fact, our aspiration is that it should be the people who are paying out of pocket should be reduced to like a 0% within the context of Nigeria. And yet, everybody who needs that service should be able to get it.
This is the Business Day television broadcast.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. My name is Elizabeth Musa and it's a Friday again, so it's going to be a great weekend. But let's see what's making the top stories this morning. Tinubu sacks Uni Abuja UNN bases, appoints replacement. Reps Committee proposes Lagoon, Ijebu, New Kaduna, 28 other new states. Dangote Refinery attains peak PMS production of 33 M liters a day. Federal judge blocks Trump's birthright citizenship order nationwide. CAF seals new $1.125 billion sponsorship deal with Total Energies. We begin the news where President Bola Tinubu on Thursday dissolved the entire governing council of the Yakubu Gowon University, formerly Uni Abuja, and relieved Professor Aisha Mekudi of her duties as its vice-chancellor with immediate effect. To succeed Mekudi, President Tinubu appointed Professor Patricia Manko as acting vice-chancellor at the Yakubu Gowon University for a 6-month term. Tinubu's special advisor on information and strategy, Bayo Ononuga, in a statement yesterday added that Professor Manko will not be eligible to apply for the substantive vice-chancellor position when it becomes available. Also, Senator Larry Tejo-Sho, who is currently pro-chancellor of the University of Agriculture, Makurdi, was appointed pro-chancellor of Yakubu Gowon University, succeeded in Makurdi by Senator Joy Imordi, now pro-chancellor of Albani Koku University of Education. Tinubu also relieved Professor Polycarp Chibu from his position as acting vice-chancellor at the University of Nigeria, Nsukka. Professor Oguchiovu Ujam has been appointed as his successor for 6 months and will not be eligible to apply for the permanent position. Moving on now, the House of Representatives Committee on Constitution Review on Thursday promoted the creation of 31 new states in the country. If the proposal scales through, the Nigerian state will be made up of 67 sub-national governments. The proposal for new states was contained in a letter read during Thursday's plenary session by the Deputy Speaker, Benjamin Kalu, who presided over the session in the absence of the Speaker, Tajuddin Abbas. The committee, chaired by Kalu, proposed 6 new states for North Central, 4 in the Northeast, 5 in the Northwest, 5 in Southeast, 4 in South-South, and 7 in Southwest. Still on now, the Dangote Refinery in Lagos has attained a peak PMS production of 33 million liters a day, just as the plant attains another landmark of 550,000 barrels a day. The refining milestones were made known at the control room of the refinery recently when directors of the Nigerian Economic Summit Group, NSASG, visited. It is generally believed that Nigeria's current domestic consumption of PMS stands at around 33 million liters a day, and Africa's most populous nation is well on its way to supplying its PMS needs from local sources. The visiting NESG directors also learned that the Mild Hydro Cracking Unit, MHC, has attained a height of 120,000, while the Continuous Catalytic Reforming Unit, CCRU, has achieved a peak performance of 90,000. To end the local news, the Deputy Speaker of the House of Representatives, retired Honorable Benjamin Okeze Kalu, has appealed to President Bola Ahmed Tinubu to temper justice with mercy and give freedom to the leader of the indigenous peoples of Biafra, IPOB, Nnamdi Kanu. A statement by the Special Assistant to the Press Affairs to the Deputy Speaker, Udora Orizu, said Kalu made the appeal at the inaugural meeting of the House of Representatives Committee on Southeast Development Commission, SEDC, at the National Assembly Complex in Abuja on Wednesday. The Deputy Speaker commended Tinubu for his continuous and tremendous support and commitment towards peace, development, and stability of the Southeast region. The Deputy Speaker said the people of the region will be eternally grateful to the President if that becomes a reality. He also noted that when Kanu is released, insecurity in the region will be reduced, and this will aid the development that this SEDC is going to bring. And on the foreign scene, a second judge has blocked Trump's plan to change who gets to be a United States citizen at birth. The judge said no United States court has ever agreed with Trump's view of what the Constitution means. On Wednesday, Judge Deborah Boardman in Maryland listened to concerns from immigrant advocacy groups and 5 pregnant women when they worried their babies wouldn't get U.S. citizenship just because of their parents' immigration status, which they say goes against the Constitution. Boardman, who was chosen for a job by President Biden, stopped Trump's order from starting on February 19, which will last while the courts figures out if the order is legal. When asked about appealing this decision, Trump's Justice Department team requested 60 days to respond, but didn't say what they'll do next. Also, China has officially filed a complaint with the World Trade Organization WTO against the United States, President Donald Trump's new 10% tariff of Chinese imports, arguing that the move is protectionist and violates WTO rules. The complaint submitted on Wednesday also challenges Trump's revocation of a duty-free exemption for low-value packages, a decision that has created confusion amongst shippers and retailers. Beijing's request for trade consultations with the United States comes as businesses grapple with the abrupt closure of the de minimis exemption, which allowed package imports valued under $800 to enter the United States duty-free. E-commerce giants such as Shein, Temu, and Amazon have relied heavily on this provision to facilitate cross-border shipments. United States Customs and Border Protection officials, however, stated that all small packages from China and Hong Kong must now have customs entries on files before arrival. And now to sports. The Confederation of African Football, CAF, has secured a lucrative 3-year sponsorship extension with French energy giant Total Energies worth $1.125 billion until 2028. According to reports, the new deal worth $375 million per year was finalized after the 2025 Africa Cup of Nations draw in Rabat, Morocco. CAF President Patrice Motsepe and Total Energies Chairman and CEO Patrick Pouyanné officially agreed, marking a significant financial boost for African football. To end the news now, Nigerian striker Victor Boniface continued the scoring streak, netting the decisive goal as Bayer Leverkusen rallied from 2-0 down to defeat Corn 3-2 after extra time in Wednesday's DFB Pokal quarter-final clash. Boniface, who also found the net in Leverkusen's 3-1 league win against Hoffenheim on Sunday, delivered the decisive blow in the 98th minute, volleying home a cross from Alejandro Grimaldo to seal the victory. Leverkusen manager Xabi Alonso hailed his team's resilience, stating that it was a very tough game against a strong opponent. And that's how we end the news today on the Morning Show. Coming up next is the top story analysis. Don't go away.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Hello, this is Bode Oshosami on Global Business Insights on BDTV, where we bring ideas and discussions on the business headlines.
So I'm Sam Abu. I'm the country senior partner for PwC Nigeria and the regional senior partner for PwC West Market, which is West Africa.
The event has just been wrapped up and it was really, really insightful. I want to know, aside from like my own personal experience, what was the reason why this roundtable was so important to hold?
This forum, these kind of sessions provide us an opportunity to have very important conversations about the direction of the country. There are a number of business leaders in the room today, as you saw. And the one thing that business leaders are contending with is how to navigate the complexities of operating in the kind of global economic environment that we are into. So these conversations or these sessions enable us to share perspectives and insights and information about how the strategies to deploy in running our businesses. But I think it's also very important in shaping the conversations we need to have in this country about the direction of travel of the country. Because we are all, whether business leaders or individuals, we're all stakeholders in this country.
Yes.
So having this opportunity to have conversations and discussions about our economy, about the budget, about government reforms and policies is a critical part of the job that we have to do as business leaders, as individuals in this country. So this is, I would say that is the primary motivation for doing something like this. But I think it's of immense value to everybody who attends it.
Thank you so much. I also want to know, what is your major takeaway from this event?
If I was to say the one thing that I took away was optimism. You know, I mean, we kind of came in there today, everybody had a slightly pessimistic view of where 2025, what 2025 would mean for businesses, especially given where we're coming from in 2024. Think about the macroeconomic challenges that we've had to deal with in 2024 in Nigeria and even across the world, inflation, currency volatility, you just name it. But the overwhelming sentiment today was positivity. Like, I think it can't get any worse than it was last year, you see? So inflation, the outlook is that inflation is going to come down, going to trend down. There's going to be some stability in exchange rates. There's even a suggestion that exchange rate might come down. God, amen to that, right?
Amen. Yeah.
So yeah, I would say the overwhelming sentiment is 2025 will be a better year than 2024, and we'll begin to see an upward trajectory in all our metrics, economic metrics. Of course, the road ahead is still rough. 2024 was that it is a better year doesn't mean it is perfect or it is good. Yeah. It is just that we're coming from a very low base when you talk about inflation or currency volatility. So the fact that we're going up, we're trending up, is reason to be hopeful and reason to be optimistic about the future of business in Nigeria.
Thank you so much, sir, for sitting with us and granting us this interview. Thank you very much.
Thank you for having me.
So I would like to get what your key takeaways from this event. I believe that you were not just a panelist, but you were also a member of the audience.
Yeah, the key takeaway for me will be that there was the consistency and consensus that the reforms were the right reforms and that the direction of travel is going to take us to the Nigeria that we want. It's also one of the takeaways also that the outlook for 2025 is much better than 2024 was. And this is not just because we're being optimistic. It is based on what the data is saying around inflation expectations and the factors that were stoking inflation in 2024, which are no longer there in 2025. In addition to the base effect that, it can be worse than it was before. Yeah. And then you have expectation around interest rates, because as inflation begins to moderate, the monetary authorities will have the reason to cut interest rates. And also even additionally, we have the credit concession scheme for the businesses. All of these altogether mean that we should have the opportunity to celebrate or begin to celebrate in 2025 that the sacrifices that we made as a people is beginning to yield results. And for people generally, it's to not just all be negative about the economy, because that way you may miss out on the opportunities, which I think are abound across all sectors.
Okay, so based on the panel that you just had, I heard that you spoke a lot about data, and from what we're just discussing right now, you seem to be a very big believer of data. So what are the opportunities that people should look forward to investing into in 2025 if they want to thrive in their businesses?
I think it cuts across all sectors because whether you're talking about manufacturing or industry generally, whether you're talking about services, including financial services, telecommunication, whether you're talking about energy sector, we have a lot of focus around energy in particular, from renewable to additional investments, including the policy decentralizing electricity regulation, which means that the state can now decide, to generate and put whatever excess into the grid. So those reforms are also going to provide opportunities across the board. Even the tariff increase on telecommunication, why nobody is happy that tariffs are going up, the issue is that will help them to improve quality, and quality of service will feed into the economy by way of better productivity, which will overcompensate for the additional tariff and that we're having to bear. And so I do think that depending on the sector you operate, just look out for the opportunities and you will find.
Okay, thank you so much, sir. It was really lovely sitting with you. I want to know, is there any other thing you would like to add? Maybe a question that you felt was not answered properly in the hall, or you would like to say anything here?
No, I think it's just to encourage everyone to play their part and engage with the government constructively. And that's the way to solve the problems. Complaints don't solve problems. Ideas and solutions are the ways to solve problems.
Yes, definitely. Thank you so much for sitting with us.
My name is Dr. Gabriel Ubechi. I'm the Group Managing Director of Rain Oil Limited.
You spoke really well in your panel and you did really amazing with the questions that were thrown at you also. But we still have more questions and we just want to know, what is your outlook for this year in the light of the new policies that has been brought out in 2025?
2025 remains a very optimistic year. I think our worst days are behind us. 2024, 2023, we had the twin challenge of the fuel subsidy removal and the attendant increase in the price of petroleum products, and then the Naira devaluation, which also impacted the price of petroleum products. And then we saw the demand for petroleum products go down and the general effect it had on the economy. A lot of companies took FX losses, but I think that 2025, all that is behind us now. All we see is positivity. I think the economy now is in the right trajectory. We've seen a calmness in the exchange rate, because I've always argued that the problem we've had in this country, or the problem we've had in the last year or so, wasn't really what the exchange rate was, as much as people waking up in the morning and not knowing what the exchange rate is. So it doesn't matter whether exchange rate is 1,006 or 1,007 or 1,008, but could it be stable? Can we plan with it? Can we wake up in the morning and say exchange rate is 1,800 and you can hold on to the fact that it's 1,800? That wasn't what the case was. But now we've seen calmness in the exchange rate. Exchange rate is now about 1,550 naira to the dollar. Again, because of the transparency which the Central Bank of Nigeria brought to the exchange rate regime. And I'm aware that they keep tweaking those policies. So we're seeing that stability. And once you have that stability, I think the economy will definitely pick up.
Okay. Also, I know that you were a panelist, but you're also part of the audience first before you went on to your panel. So what are your key takeaways from the entire event, both from your own panel and the one before you?
My key takeaway is when Taiwo Uidele said we should think positively, because when we think negatively, it kind of becomes a self-fulfilling prophecy. And I completely agree with him when he gave the example of, it's like when you wake up and say, oh, Naira is going to devalue. Once you have that mindset, you find out that you unconsciously begin to take actions towards that goal. And once everybody begins to take action towards that goal, then it just becomes a self-fulfilling.
You are watching Business Day Television.
Welcome back to the BDTV Breakfast Show. This is the top story analysis here on the morning show. And I've got here in the studio with me Mr. Joshua Bassi. Mr. Joshua is our director here at the Business Day TV. And I've also got online, joining us virtually, I've got Damian Ajayi, who is a public affairs analyst, is joining us here in Lagos, Nigeria. Welcome to the show, gentlemen.
Yeah, thanks. Good morning.
It's good to have you. So, let's start with some of the stories that are topping the headlines today. Tinubu sacks Uni Abuja and UNN vice chancellors and appoints replacement. Firstly, is this a story that you've been following up on, and what do you think of this sacking and replacements that President Tinubu has going on?
Yeah, I mean, since last year, there's been the controversy over the appointment of Mekudi, Miss Mekudi, as the Vice Chancellor of the University of Abuja. That controversy has been raging such that it puts the university system, as far as Uni Abuja is concerned, into some kind of unstable environment with some strongly opposing appointment, which they claim, some of the professors, they claim that she was imposed and that she was not actually qualified to be appointed the vice chancellor of that university. Well, for me, it is not surprising, because if you allow that to continue, the controversy to continue, it's always good to have a vice chancellor that is generally acceptable to everybody within the university system. It is in such an environment you'll be able to make the necessary impact that you'll be able to make as a university, where the vice chancellor is able to command the respect of all the professors or all members of the governing council of the university. So if she's such that she could not command that respect of all the professors in the university, well, Mr. President didn't actually give the reason for this sack. But then I think it's good that that controversy is now being put behind everybody at Uni Abuja, which is now, I think, was recently renamed after former Head of State, General Jacob Gowon. So this has been put behind everybody, and a new vice chancellor has been appointed in acting capacity, who will stay there for the next 6 months, after which she will not be eligible to even vie for that position. So just to serve at this next 6 months and then step aside, and then there will be opportunity for new recruitment of a new vice chancellor, who will then come in to see the university, Uni Abuja, through. I would say to the extent that the controversy that was surrounding the appointment of Ms. Mekudi has been put to rest, and then we're having a situation where going forward there should be some kind of peace within that university. For me, I don't really see anything so bad about it, in as much as everybody within that system did not accept her as the vice chancellor of the University of Abuja. That would be my submission to that. Yeah.
Let me bring in Mr. Damian, who is joining us virtually. Mr. Damian, is this a story that you've been following up on as well? Is there something you want to? What do you make of this headline?
Good morning. Very good morning to you. Yes, this I've been following, and I think to a large extent I agree with your guest in the studio. But then it's essential that we allow institutions to strive in a way that the system can check itself, can purge itself, and can reinvigorate itself. I don't think by just sacking the VP by an executive fiat or by the president in one swoop, I mean, says a lot about our institutions. There are processes. They have the Senate. They have processes. They have rules and regulations that guide the appointment and removal of the vice chancellor. And I think that we should, going forward, if he or she came in very, very wrong manner, the institution should be able to check it in a way so that it doesn't happen again. How did she come in? How did it come in? How did the person come in? What was wrong? What are the issues? How can we stop it from happening again? Appointing a new vice chancellor, what are the procedure? Have we followed the due process? So when we put all this in line, like it's done in very developed societies, it helps create a system where people can trust, where people can rely on. I think to a large extent that will help, develop the educational system in Nigeria.
Thank you for that. So let's move to another very interesting story. Now, the House of Representatives Committee Constitution Review on Thursday has proposed the creation of 31 new states in the country. Personally, I didn't see that coming because I think we already have currently we're 36 states. So thinking of 31 new states in the country, for me, I think it's a little bit of a, and this is my own personal submission, I think it's a little bit of a reach for us, but what are your thoughts on us, this proposal?
Believe me, Elizabeth, this looks to me like unserious people. I'm sorry to use that word because currently the 36 states that we have in the country are struggling, really. I mean, how many of them, you find out that they are not able to really pay salaries. You talk about the minimum wage that was increased from 30,000 to 70,000. A lot of them are not even able to pay. They are complaining that they don't have the money. And so you are proposing 31 new states. And of course, with that 31, so that will take us to 67. And don't forget that with 31 new states, we're going to have additional local government created, right? Because currently we have 774 local governments. So if you create additional 31 states, then you're going to have more local government created for those states for you to be able to. So if you say, it doesn't make any sense to me as far as I'm concerned, because we should be thinking of how to expand the cake, because the 31 new states that you are proposing will come in to struggle with the same cake. You understand that the 36 states currently are feasting from, of course, including Abuja. So if you then create 31 new states, how are they going to survive? We are the resources. And so don't also forget that we run a very bogus in a federal system where the governors operate somehow like emperor. So if you have 31 more states, you're going to have 31 additional governors. You understand? Don't forget, there's what they call security votes, right? Those governors, security votes, the governor don't give account to anybody how they use it. So it means that you're going to have move resources, 31 more governors in addition to the 36 governors. So then you're going to have commissioners. You understand? You're going to have local government chairmen across those new local government that we created. So where are the resources to run such massive structure in a country that is already struggling with resources to be able to attend to education, attend to health, and all of those issues? So it doesn't make any sense to me as far as I'm concerned. Don't also forget, if you create 31 new states, right, you're going to have 3, as we currently operate. We are going to have 3 senators from each of those 31 new states you are going to create. That will be in the Senate. You're going to have members of so you are just going to expand this structure that we think is for me is already too large, and we are not able to really make sense out of it.
We also have to we need governors as well.
Yeah, I'm saying we need governors. We're going to have a expanded Senate. You're going to have an expanded House of Representatives. You're going to have expanded local government. So the question is, where are the resources to be able to run such elaborate system if we have additional 31? I think for me, people are already talking about, rather than even going with this state, why not even go back to regionalism? That's what people have been advocating for. Why can't we even strengthen the current federation that we have, such that the 36 states that we have are able to do something better than what we because already we see them relying on fact to be able to operate. How many states are able to, on their own, to stand without relying on the federal allocation? So if we create additional 31 more states, it doesn't make sense to me. I don't think that is a proposal that we should give a serious, serious attention to.
But let me hear Mr. Damian's own contribution. Do you think this is a good move for the by the reps, the reps committee, for us to have 31 more states, which takes us to 67 states in total? What are your thoughts on this?
Well, there's a legal angle to this, and there is a political and historical angle to it. Of course, people who advocate for more states have their grounds, have their reasons, and it's legitimate. But also, we must look at our history. We came from regionalism, then 12 states in 1967, then about 20 during Babangida's time, then Abacha added 6 more states, 36 states since 1999. We've been using 36 states. How far have we gone? I think the issue for many Nigerians, even at independence, are the same issues, whether we are practicing regionalism or democracy or federalism, the presidential system. These are the issues have always been marginalization, ethnicity, nepotism, corruption. If you do not tackle these things, if you create 100 states, no matter the grounds, you will still have issues. For instance, the present National Assembly structure was not the way it used to be. We have enlarged, we have reduced, we have enlarged over time, and we have not grown. Before now, we used to have different types of systems, but now we are here with what we have. But I think for me, if they are really serious, is to look at the issues of marginalization, nepotism, corruption in the system. Because, of course, I agree. I agree to a large extent that you cannot deal with government the way you deal with public finance.
Right.
The primary purpose of government is the security and welfare of the people. But by and large, I don't think that additional states in this present situation is what we need when we have issues of nepotism and corruption. When we've come a long way, and I don't think this is what we need. We should talk about, we can enlarge the constituency to give room for more ethnic representation in the House of Representatives. We can do that, because don't forget that the main reason for the presidential system was to attend to the rights of minorities, because you have in some states over 15 over 15 ethnic groups, and you only have like Akoko Edo, for instance, you have over 15 dialects and villages, and you are supposed to bring one house of reps from that place. Even if you create 56 states, you will still have ethnic groups merged in one state, and the issue has always been marginalization, ethnic identity, suppression. So, it goes on and on. So I think the laws and policies that will advocate for stronger representation and protection of rights and all that should be put in place. And when we have all these things, we have a more robust policy, we have a more structured environment, we have a more, policy-driven, effective society, then we can begin to look at other political policies to corroborate, to consolidate it. But right now, my opinion, I don't think that's the way to go. Of course, they still have to. They need a referendum from the states where they are pulling. I think Section 8 of the 1999 Constitution has amended. They also need 2/3 of the Senate, and they need 2/3 of the House of Assembly because it will require a constitutional amendment. So all these are issues that I don't think they would overcome in one day. But then they are our representatives, they have our mandates. We just hope that it will go to hearing, they will do the right thing, and at the end of the day, Nigerians will be heard.
Yeah, that's. I think Mr. Joshua wants to add a little bit.
Yeah,
to that.
I agree with our guest. Who is joining us virtually. But really, if there are so many things that our guys in the House of Representatives can do. I mean, there are many things in the Constitution. I mean, we should be at this time talking about. We're talking about electoral reform. I've not seen them done any move in that direction. That's what I expect. Let's strengthen the system. If you ask me, let's strengthen our democracy. There are things that they can do. Tinker with the Constitution to strengthen the system so that Nigeria can actually feel, positive impact of democracy. Right. That's what, let's do those things. And if you, for instance, if they even talk about creating maybe additional local government at the state level, maybe to move the governance maybe closer to the people. For me, I would say fine. But this 31 state proposal, it doesn't make a lot of sense to me as far as I'm concerned, because the fact is that they currently the 36 states that we have are barely surviving. They are just not able to. I told you the other time we talked about in my state, for instance, we had an emergency when I traveled home for something, and then we had an emergency. Someone collapsed, and then we rushed the person to a general hospital. Can you believe that we got to a general hospital and there was no lights, there were no doctors, there were no nurses. The only person that we found at that general hospital in that was a security man who came out with a torchlight to ask us what we were looking for. I said, look, we have a man is almost dying here, and the guy, there was nobody. So we had to drive to another far place. Elizabeth, the man didn't survive anyway. So
it's really sad. I think that the Reps Committee should not belittling whatever it is they're doing at the moment, but I think there greater focuses that they could also channel their energy towards. But we'll keep our fingers crossed and see how it all pans out. But let's move on to a very interesting one here. The Dangote refinery has attained a peak PMS production of 33 million liters a day, as the plant attains another landmark of 550,000 barrels a day. Firstly, this is exciting news for me. Speaking of milestones and whatnot, but is it as exciting for you as it is for me?
So exciting to me as well, Elizabeth. 33 million liters per day by the Dangote refinery is a very positive development, especially given the fact that we need it to be able to have better distribution, at least locally, for local consumption of petrol. So it's a very welcome development, which is the reason why I really don't see the need for us to depend heavily now on imported product, imported petroleum product. I mean, so we are ramping up local capacity, and which is good for the economy. It's whenever I see that we are at this time, still issuing import license for people to bring in petroleum product from outside, I really wonder. We should be at this time looking how to collaborate, strengthen the local production. Thank God for Dangote refinery. The other time the NNPC told us that the Warri is working. According to them, that Port Harcourt is working, and then so if you and I think that we have about 40. We consume 44 million liters per day. So if Dangote refinery is able to give us 33 million liters, and then the Port Harcourt refinery, which they told us, which the NNPC told us is working, is able, I don't know how much of fuel is coming out from there. They have not told us. if worried that they also told us the right time is working, if we also have something coming. So it means that we are actually almost, depending on what is coming out from those other from Port Harcourt refinery, it means that we are almost there. I mean, we've always been able to ramp up capacity for local production of petrol, which would be good, and that will reduce the pressure on the forex, because a chunk of what the pressure we see in terms of importation is forex crisis, importation of petroleum product. So it's a welcome development. It's so exciting. I think every Nigerian should be happy with this.
Mr. Damian, you satisfied, so to speak, with Dangote's performance? I mean, 33 million liters a day, 550,000 barrels a day. To me, it seems like a milestone. But for you, what is it?
No, of course it's a milestone, considering where we're coming, and I think it's a welcome development. And I felicitate with Dangote and Dangote companies. I mean, I must commend him. It's not easy, So I must commend him, and I think that this should be a panache and encouragement to other investors, local investors, to take up, to put their investments in the sector, to take up the mantle also. And I think that Nigeria would be happy for it. The guest, the studio has said it all. It's commendable. It's indeed worth celebrating. And I just hope they will continue to do more and more so that Nigeria can be better.
Wraps on the top story analysis, but on a very positive note. Thank you so much, Damian Ajayi, who joined us virtually, as well as you, Mr. Joshua, will be joining us again for the front page review in a bit. But thank you very much, gentlemen, for joining us this morning. It was really good speaking with you. Do stay with us. We'll be back for the front page review in a bit. Don't go away.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
I walked into the doctor's office and there were two doctors. So I thought, okay, maybe trainee doctor, normal doctor. But it turned out the other doctor was like a counselor. And they sat down and said, we're sad to tell you, but your tests have come back and you have cancer and it's stage 4.
Wow.
And of course, fear, panic. I started to cry. And I just stopped talking. And I was like, no, God, I cannot be your child and then go through this. Give me a word now. And this sudden, strange peace just came over me. And so I sat down back in the chair and said to the doctor, okay, what's the plan?
Wow.
And they were shocked. This is where I'm going to advise people. Whenever you go and get results and there's more than one doctor, know that there's fire on the mountain. I'd had 2 lumpectomy surgeries. I'd had 9 months of chemotherapy, 12 months of Herceptin. I had 4 rounds of radiotherapy.
Wow.
And to God be the glory, we're now, 2014? So I've been all clear for 13 years. And by God's grace, that's all behind me. Where cancer is concerned, don't cut and paste somebody else's treatment.
Right.
Because every single diagnosis is different. Pray every step of the way. Pray for the doctors that will treat you. Pray for the things that will be used to you. And then just surround yourself with things that make you happy.
Yeah.
Because once you're mentally and emotionally alert and happy, that even just helps your body with healing too.
This is Bode Oshosami on Global Business Insights on BDTV, where we bring ideas and discussions on the business headlines.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
Business Day is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, Business Day has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At Business Day, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, Business Day fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across.
Welcome back to the BDTV Breakfast Show. My name is Elizabeth Musa, and I've got here in the studio with me Eniola Olatunji, who will be talking with us on the front pages today. Eniola Olatunji is our financial analyst here at Business Day, as well as Mr. Damian Ajayi, who is joining us again for the paper review, is joining us virtually. Welcome, guys.
Good morning, Elizabeth.
Good morning. So let's talk about the stories that we have today. First, let's start with the Punch. The big stories on the Punch newspaper this morning. Quite interesting stories, if you ask me. We already touched on one. National Assembly members groups fall to reps 31 new states proposal, and senators insist focus should be on state viability. Afenifere Pandef call for true federalism. On the top right, it says fresh price hike looms as NPA plans 15% tariff increase. I know this is something that Eniola is very conversant with. Again, Tinubu, Mbeki, Gowon advocate homegrown solutions to Africa's challenges. Again, PDP crisis. Ikimi's panel receives 30 petitions, summons Anyawu Ortom. This goes on page 2 of the Punch newspaper. Again, Lagos installs speed limit monitors and imposes 50,000 naira fine. For me, that's a good move, especially with the way people drive these days. And opposition plans unveiling of mega coalition June. Let me bring you in, Mr. Damian. Which of these stories do you want to speak to this morning? I mean, from Obaigbena GHL file appeal against favorable High Court ruling. I know you're also a legal practitioner, so this is probably something that you want to speak to, or maybe just any other story. Okay, we don't have Mr. Damian yet, but Eniola, fresh price hike looms as MPA plans 15% tariff increase. Do you want to throw more light on that for us?
Yes, so the Nigeria Port Authority is saying that they want to increase their tariffs by 15%. And if you know very well, we know that Nigeria is currently dealing with high inflation. Just in in December rather, Nigeria's inflation is 34.8%. And throughout last year, it was increasing. Nigeria Port Authority is the medium to which we import. Every imported goods come through the port. So if you are saying that you are increasing your tariffs, it means that every imported good prices will definitely increase. And I can't but just see inflation, increase in prices again. And honestly, although they justified by saying that the last time that it was increased was in 1993, honestly, personally, I don't think this is the time for it, because we are currently dealing with high inflation, and even just last year in July, there was supposed to be tariffs. There was the government was going to put how they call it? They were going to remove tariffs off some goods like agriculture and the rest, and now the Port Authority wants to increase it by 15%. So I think now is not the time. Maybe when we begin to see inflation cool down, then it will be great to now, because they say that it's world standard, like they are currently behind world standard when it comes to the tariff. But I just think maybe some other time when we see inflation begin to cool down, then so that people don't get another shock. Aside petrol, now thank God the naira is stable, but aside petrol, another shock from like the Port Authority. Like I think that it should just maybe later in the year when things are a bit more stable.
Right, Mr. Damian, if you're there, can you please say something so then we can you can chime into this conversation? Okay, fantastic. So Tinubu and Mbeki Gowon advocate homegrown solutions to Africa's problems. In your own book, what do you think are some of these African homegrown solutions that Tinubu, Mbeki Gowon, what are these homegrown solutions that they are suggesting?
Well, they've said it. They've said it. They should provide. But I think that leadership everywhere in the world has always required personalities to be creative and ingenious, in policy making and direction. And I think that is a general statement. Whether it's Trump, whether it's in the UK, whether it's in Germany, it's always about leadership and the ability to find solutions to the challenges. In your country, in your community. And I think that, of course, homegrown solution. But then, of course, we must also know that we belong to an international system, where we need to relate to the WHO, we need to relate to the World Bank, we need to relate with, finance institutions, Afri-Exim banks, and all those things. We have duties better, and really make life better for your people. That's leadership. So it's not just about being the president, it's about having the ability, the capacity, the competence, the temerity, the personality, the diplomacy, to be able solutions. So whether if you look at Nigerians' history too, you see that even the Civil War, it was because some people provide homegrown solutions, whether it's in our agriculture, whether it's in our education, whether it's in our health sector or road transportation or whatever the situation. They are the leaders, they have the information, they should step in and it's will of people. And it's a beautiful country.
Of course, it's a beautiful country. I like how you ended on that note. But, let's talk to this story of Ogbagbena GHL file appeal against favorable High Court ruling. I don't know if you know, what do you know about this story? Because I know you are also a legal practitioner, so you probably have some more insights to what's going on there.
Yeah, I've not read the judgment in its entirety because as a legal practitioner, I always like to digest the judgment, because when you read through a judgment, you see what the issues are. It's not just what you read on the front pages of the newspaper. You're able to look at the relief sought, the claims made, and the judgment, the orders, the consequential orders, and all those things. So I've not really had time to digest.
Okay.
He has the right to go. Maybe when it gets to the app, then we'll begin to see a robust analysis of what the issues are. But for now, of course, he has the right to go to stay proceed. I mean, to stay as a Christian and appeal. If he feels that the Court of Appeal, have things to look at.
You know what, Mr. Damien, we'll probably come back to this conversation much later, because also there's a little bit of an interference with your connection there, and also obviously when you also go ahead and read the judgment, so we can have a more robust conversation on it perhaps next week. But let's move to the top stories on the Business Day newspaper this morning. The top story right here on the Business Day newspaper, interestingly, has Eniola's this is all Eniola. 1 year T-bills attracts 3 trillion naira on high yields. Eniola, tell us more about what this is.
Okay. So when I saw the result of this auction on Wednesday, I was amused, but it was something I saw coming. Because on Monday I had reported that foreign investors, international banks had seen Nigerians instruments, and they seem very attractive to foreign investors and these international banks. And why is this? Because of the naira. Since December, first week of December, the naira has been very stable, and even this last week it hit a 7 months high of about 1,485. Last time we saw the naira in those numbers in that region was sometime in June, July, and even this week again it did another high in the black market. It went below 1,600, and that is big breakthrough in the black market. And we know that currently in the US, the Fed has cut its rate. So when it cuts its rate, that means the rate on its own instruments has decreased, meaning that investors abroad now look to emerging markets, Nigeria, for example. And since last year, because the CBN has hiked rates several times, I think about over 800 basis points. This made yields on things like treasury bills, bonds, commercial papers increase. So this, they have just been very interesting. They've been very attractive to everybody, local investors, foreign investors. So seeing an oversubscription of 3 trillion wasn't so much of a surprise, but it was very, in my years of reporting treasury bills, I have not seen this huge demand. And although and then the funny thing is that the yields are actually declining, but they're still at very, very, very attractive states. And why are they declining? So there are projections that there might be a rate cut soon, because as I said earlier, due to rates was increased several times last year. So the MBS is trying to rebase the GDP, rebase CPI, and there's projection that it might come down. And even if it doesn't come down, sometime this year, the CBN will have to start cutting rates. And once they start cutting rates, yields on these instruments begin to decline. So everybody is just trying to lock in. Because we have 3 tenures in treasury bills. We have 1 year, 182 days, and 91 days. That's like 3 months, 6 months, and 1 year. So everybody is trying to lock in on the 1 year. And that is like they're trying to buy like 1 year yields at a very high. They're trying to buy 1 year T-bills at a very high yield so that by the time rates are even down, they've already gained from high yields. So that's what really happened on Wednesday. And it is really good to see, like, on the foreign investors' part, these people, like, we call it hot money, but like it's one of the reasons why we've seen a bit of stability in Naira, because there is inflow of dollars. And JP Morgan, in a recent report on emerging markets, said that it is going long on treasury bills, Nigerian treasury bills. But more than that, it stated that it reflects how they view the Naira. That means that they trust, should I use the word trust, but like they like the instrument so much. But it's also a reflection of how stable the currency is, because if the currency was not stable, if they invest and then maybe by the time they're supposed to repatriate their funds, the money they invested, the Naira is even higher than the money they invested in, it will be bad for them. But now the Naira is relatively stable, and our instruments are very, very attractive to foreign investors. And I think it's a really good one on the part of like the CBN governor.
So this is a good time for people to invest, is it?
Yes, everyone should, as much as they can. Now, so for the primary auction, banks and foreign investors are the ones that are usually able to take part, because the entry level, the minimum entry amount is very, very high. It's usually about 50 million naira. But investment houses across Nigeria resell in the secondary market, and some of them, AfriInvest for one, has a minimum entry point of like 100K. Some other investment has like 5 million. So if you have money, just lock in on it, because if the cut rates, I think sometime in 2023, treasury bills were doing like 10-11% compared to 25% that it's currently doing. Sometimes last year it was 30%. Do you understand? So it's better to just lock in, and by the time it's 1 year, maybe by the time the year elapses, rate has been cut, and then you've already gained from the previous year.
It's a smart idea at the moment. But let's see what we have on the cartoon of the day for Business Day. Our cartoon of the day is always very interesting. Let's see what it's looking like this morning. So that's more like is that a boat? And it's like sailing, but then you can see that there's somebody's face there. I don't know if Mr. Damon can also see this. So there's like a face of which we know whose face. There's something like a face with the hair which looks like President Donald Trump. And then we have people on the boat as well. This is like this is a boat, or like this is it also looks like someone who turned to a fish or something. And then but it's an actual boat. Then it's written on it, America First. And then we have like 5 people who look like, maybe are they sailors or soldiers, I don't know. But then there's a flag on top, the American flag, and then someone on the boat says, are we heading to Pretoria? And another person says, no, according to the boat's GPS, Gaza needs some cleaning. So they are apparently talking about some of the issues that are going on now with Gaza. And then the person on the boat is saying, oh, are we heading to Pretoria? But what do you understand? What's your understanding of this cartoon? Firstly, Eniola.
Oh, me?
Yes.
I'm not sure like what's going on, because I can't even read. But I know it's definitely Trump. All over the world, everyone is talking about Trump, his policies.
And then America First.
And honestly, I think that Trump has really shown that all he cares about is Nigeria, is America rather. And also, I think when like issues of some of the wars are brought up to him, it's just like, let there be peace. Let there be peace. So I'm not really sure, because I can't really see. But I think there's another flag on top of the US flag.
Yes, there's another flag, obviously.
Yeah, and it says they are going to
No, it says according to the boat's GPS, Gaza needs some cleaning, and then someone on the boat is asking if they're heading to Pretoria. But I just really want to see what because when viewers are seeing some of these stories, they also want to know. So that the flag on top is the Israel flag.
Israel flag.
Yeah. So when people read the newspaper, what I'm asking is when people read and then see cartoon, I want to know what they're also thinking. So, Mr. Damian. Okay, we don't have Mr. Damian anymore. So obviously it's generally about the
war, Israel and Gaza. That means he's probably trying to intervene in the war.
Yeah, he has.
He said he needs some cleaning.
So since he came on, he's been advocating, and we're saying
for peace.
One of the things and I think that Israel, Gaza, I think that they're headed to peace in very soon.
Yeah,
we're seeing there's light at the end of the tunnel. That's what that's going to be my final take. Well, thank you very much, Eniola, for joining us this morning on the Business Day newspaper review segment, the BDTV newspaper review segment. It was really good having you on the show, and also as well as Mr. Damian. Thank you very much. And that's as much as we can take this morning on the paper review segment. Do stay with us. We'll be back for more.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, BusinessDay is your guide.
the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, BusinessDay is your guide.
Hello, this is Bode Oshosami on Global Business Insights on BDTV, where we bring ideas and discussions on the business headlines.
I walked into the doctor's office and there were two doctors. So I thought, okay, maybe trainee doctor, normal doctor. But it turned out the other doctor was like a counselor. And they sat down and said, we're sad to tell you, but your tests have come back and you have cancer and it's stage 4.
Wow.
And of course, fear, panic. I started to cry. And I just stopped talking. And I was like, no, God, I cannot be your child and then go through this. Give me a word now. And this sudden, strange peace just...
You are watching BusinessDay Television.
Welcome back. This is Big Story on Big TV. This is your trusted platform for breaking down key issues shaping our economy, our industry, and our nation. My name is Elizabeth Musa, and our big story today, we direct our focus on the educational sector following the recent approvals by the President to build more universities in the country. Today, we'll analyze whether this country really needs more universities or maintenance of already existing academic institutions. As of 2024, there were over 270 universities in Nigeria. This number includes 149 private universities, 63 state universities, and 62 federal universities. To some Nigerians, this number is not enough for a country with a population estimated at over 200 million people, as thousands of students who sit for JAM annually still do not find space in the existing universities. There are, however, other Nigerians who do not believe in establishing more universities when the 270 existing ones, especially those owned by federal government and state government, are not being adequately funded to carry out research. They don't give out quality teaching and churn out well-rounded product annually, as they lack needed facilities and infrastructure, they lack motivated workforce and conducive learning environment. This argument has, however, failed to sway the government, which continue to establish more universities. Only on Monday, January 3rd, 2025, President Bola Tinubu signed a bill to establish the Federal University of Environmental Technology in Ogoni, Rivers State. Earlier on December 30, 2024, the president also approved the establishment of a federal university in southern Kaduna State. To understand this conversation and to give us proper understanding of it, we are joined by an academical expert, Dr. Stanley Chinenye Alaubi, who examines the issue and will be helping us to suggest the best way forward. Dr. Alaubi is of the Department of Sport and Exercise Science of the Faculty of Education at the University of Port Harcourt in Rivers State. You're welcome to the show, Dr. Alaubi.
Thank you so much.
Good morning to you, Dr. Stanley.
Good morning. Thank you for having me on the show today.
Thank you for joining us. We really appreciate your time. Let's start by asking you to give us an overview of what the university education system in Nigeria is. How sound or otherwise you think that the university education is?
Okay, thank you. University education in Nigeria has come a long way. Of course, from the founding fathers and how it started from inception, you find out that it's not been an easy route, but over time, we have progressed to where we are today, based on the policies that guides establishment of higher education and the purpose for which it is established, which is basically to make sure specialized teachings are given out and also inculcated by those it has been imparted to for the betterment of the society. And I think Nigeria has come a long way, and we have been able to achieve so far, at least to our best of knowledge and our ability.
Okay, which of the divides do you belong to? Do you belong to the divide that says establish more universities, or do you belong to the divide that says expand or strengthen the existing ones with improved funding and better facilities? Which of these divides do you belong?
Okay. I would say, really, I would like to belong to the bipolar. I want to strengthen on in both divides. It's a bipolar. Considering the population of Nigeria, one would say there is the need for more universities. Currently, Nigeria has 273 universities, 149 private owned universities, and 62 federal university. Okay? And considering the population of Nigeria, we're over 2 million in Nigeria. Okay? So I think it's not wrong if we have more universities. It's not wrong if we have more universities that can meet the population we have. More universities, okay, I don't have issues with more universities. But my issue would be, coming to this other side, university education must be qualitative, not just quantitative, must be qualitative. And on that I want to stand. It's good, it's okay that we have universities, but we must have a sound academic institution. We must have sound education. Whatever we are giving more must be of
Dr. Stanley, it looks like we have a little bit of interference with your network, and it's
top-notch quality. With Dr. counterpart, we should be apart. Found out that only 22 made it to that list. Only 22. And the number one university here.
Wow, this is very interesting submissions that you're making, but we just have a challenge with the internet at this time. But I think we'll take a quick break and we'll be right back.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Ogunjobi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa.
And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol. We get very for Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased.
Nothing like service again, no. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, looking for my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence.
Breakfast Show. This is the big story. Now, Dr. Stanley, before we went on the break, we were speaking quickly about what divide you choose to be on. If you choose to be on the side that says that we should establish more universities, or if you choose to be on the side that says, you know what, strengthening the existing universities with improved funding and better facilities. So I was hearing your take on that. I'd like you to please let us know what your thoughts are.
Okay. Like I said before, okay, and I said I have a bipolar stand on this. I said I have a bipolar stand. I'll go for the lead to, and then try to strengthen. Agreeing with the point, the fact that universities should be qualitative. We should have better equipment. We should have better facilities to facilitate learning. Like I said earlier, there is exponential growth in Nigeria, and to make sure that we are par with the growth, I think more universities should be established. No doubt about that. No doubt about it. More universities that will help us, when it comes to higher education. Okay, but we should have qualitative university. The essence of it is to make sure that learning takes place. There's specialized learning that can bring about change in the lives of those that learn. Okay, and this can be achieved by the use, through conducting researches, okay, to better the nation by those that have been impacted. So if there are no laboratories to carry out such research, then as a nation we have failed. If there are no equipment for learning to take place, then we can't say we have achieved anything. And I said earlier on, when it comes to ranking in Nigeria, when it comes to ranking in the world, 22 universities, in Nigeria came up. And the first one of them is Covenant University, and it's out of 801 to 1,000. You can imagine. That is to say, we have a lot to do. The quality of, education in Nigeria should be such that we can compete with our counterparts in the world. We should not be myopic. We should make sure we get our acts together, get our priorities right. It's not about proliferation of universities. It's about making sure those that we already have are well equipped. Those we already have are, the facilities they need are well on ground. Laboratories are functioning. Students can. I remember when I was a student. Okay, and I'm sure it's better now. 20 of us, we go to one microscope just to make sure we learn. And that's not good for us. Quality education, that's what I'm advocating for this one. Quality education, not proliferation of universities. If we can fund our universities, give our lecturers and better welfare packages, I think we have started on the right path. So I will be standing for making sure that universities are well funded, well equipped, so that learning can take place, so that the lives of those that learn can be affected, and they can positively impact others by what they have got.
I like your submissions on that. And speaking of what, just stemming up from what you've just said, one of the key problems that are associated with public universities in Nigeria is the issue of strike. In your own opinion, do you think that adequate funding can stop strikes in Nigeria? Dr. Stanley.
Okay.
Please go ahead.
Thank you for that. Adequate funding, I think that's the message. Adequate funding when it comes to adequate funding when it comes to education, higher education is the nexus. Once fund is available, I tell you, researches will be conducted with ease. Look at our doctors abroad. Look at our scientists abroad. Look at the Immaculate family. They are doing well. They are Nigerians. If there were funds were here available for them, I tell you, researches will have been carried out here, and better results will have been produced here. But rather, you see the brain drain. Why? Because no proper funding. And funding, look at our, for example, our budgets for this year. How much do we allocate to education? They are still a supplementary, they are still an addition. Yes, education is not valued. Until we get it right, until we begin to incorporate funding into our budget allocation for the nation, then we have not yet started. So funding is an important part when it comes to education. Higher education, without funding, I tell you, it's a child slave. And that's why we are experiencing brain drain. People are living in droves. They are leaving the nation and going searching for greener pastures. Why would I be comfortable and go outside where I will not be treated well? If I am comfortable, I am well paid, I will be I want to be my nation. Make sure I contribute my quota to my nation. But when my friend used to say, my take home cannot take me home. So what am I doing? When I see a greener pasture, I go for it. So brain drain is as a result of both funding. Funding is so important. If we must achieve higher education in Nigeria, if we must get to the people, then if we must be able to compete with our counterparts, be at par with them, then we must take funding seriously in our nation.
So when we're speaking of adequate funding, it's also a function of the availability of funds. And most of the time, we hear the government complain about not having enough funds. In your own view, how best do you think that universities can be funded?
Thank you. Well, I want to say the priority should be given to what is important. Any nation that does not prioritize education, I tell you that nation will not go far. Pardon me to say, our nation has not yet prioritized education, and that's why we are complaining of funding. Let me give you information.
Please go ahead, Dr. Stanley.
As at a point came up as much, we are going to, and hence, and through us, there was a bird. And what is that bird? Pretty here. Petroleum platform. And what was our agreement? The agreement was that 1% from all these multinationals, from the profit they make every year, should be put into that trust fund for the purpose of funding university education. And the companies complied, and they kept throwing those monies, 1% into that fund. And it became robust. Instead of the government to allow the money to be used for the purpose for which it was collected, having achieved this, government have taken over the fund and not allowing it to be used for the purpose of which they agreed with us. And that's why. So, complaining about funding also brought about a solution, yet government seeing the money stacked up into the place, decided diverting the interest rather than the purpose for which. That's misappropriation. When you fail to use funds for what you were initially intended for, you misappropriate the funds. So also I've already given the government clue on how to fund education. Through this fund, if these monies are kept there, and whatever we need for research purposes, and to better well equip our laboratories, what we are saying now, we will be saying there. We must make an agreement with the federal government. Yes, our government seems to be insensitive to the education system of our nation, and it's a pity. It's really a pity. I'm not speaking for us, and I'm not speaking for the university. I have come as a person to air my view on this matter. That Had they been the government, listen to this association on the funding. I tell you by now, there will be brain drain. People will be seated comfortably in their offices. Okay, Wi-Fi is there, everything you need is there. What's the limit to go out? This Japa syndrome is as in the education sector is as a result of this football funding. And having been given this solution, and government refused to admit to it. And that's why we are still here with that. Back to square one.
I hear you, Dr. Stanley. So there have been allegations of some universities mismanaging their internally generated revenues, which, if properly applied, could go a long way in addressing some of their challenges.
Hello?
What's your reaction to this? Dr. Stanley? Hello, Dr. Stanley. All right, I think we have a little bit of challenge with Dr. Stanley's network there, so I'm afraid we'll have to bring it to a halt here. But this has been the big story on the BDTV Breakfast Show. We've been talking about if truly Nigeria needs to have more universities, and we've been speaking with Dr. Stanley Alaobi from the University of Port Harcourt in Rivers State. But thank you all for joining. Stay with us soon. We'll be back for more stories.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, BusinessDay is your guide.
You are are watching Business Day Television.
On behalf of our author and Business Day, I unveil this book or recommend the book to everybody in Nigeria and elsewhere. As a fundraiser. Thank you very much.
I want to congratulate you, Femi, for putting this together. I'd like to thank Frank Agbogu, Business Day, for giving him the platform to do this. I was part of this because our facility was asked to answer questionnaires and fill forms.
There's a ferment in the Nigerian healthcare system. There are a lot of challenges, but there are also a lot of opportunities. And then the fact that the private sector is beginning now to take its rightful place. It's not now being seen as a competitor of government, but is beginning to occupy to create a larger footprint within healthcare itself in terms of funding, in terms of direct service provision, in terms of even creating the aspirations and in terms of supplying the personnel. And that is how it should be. We are developing a customized health service on both the supply side and the demand side that should be fit for purpose in an environment. The supply side is moving fast, but without looking at the demand side and facilitating it, that is the access of the people who need to use the services. There's only so far they can go, or they'll be making investments that cannot be returned in the foreseeable future, and that is not right. People talk nowadays about patient capital. No matter how patient the capital is, that is waiting for a long time to get returns, those returns must be built into the system. That means somebody must be paying equitable amounts of money for the service that is being rendered. It doesn't have to be the person who uses the service. In fact, our aspiration is that it should be the people who are paying out of pocket should be reduced to like a 0% within the context of Nigeria. And yet, everybody who needs that service should be able to get it.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
I walked into the doctor's office and there were two doctors. So I thought, okay, maybe trainee doctor, normal doctor. But it turned out the other doctor was like a counselor. And they sat down and said, we're sad to tell you, but your tests have come back and you have cancer and it's stage 4.
Wow.
And of course, fear, panic. I started to cry. And I just stopped talking. And I was like, no, God, I cannot be your child and then go through this. Give me a word now. And this sudden, strange peace just came over me. And so I sat down back in the chair and said to the doctor, okay, what's the plan?
Wow.
And they were shocked. This is where I'm going to advise people. Whenever you go and get results and there's more than one doctor, know that there's fire on the mountain. I'd had 2 lumpectomy surgeries.
This is the Business Day television broadcast.
Welcome back. This is the news updates on BDTV. I am Norma Obona. Let's see what's making the headlines this afternoon. Groups fault reps 31 new state proposal. FCTA approves 36.5 billion naira for magistrates' courts, sports centers, construction. Dangote refinery attains peak PMS production of 33.3 million liters a day. Federal judge blocks Trump's birthright citizenship order nationwide. CAF seals new $1.125 billion sponsorship deal with Total Energies. To begin the news, the House of Representatives Constitution Review Committee's proposed creation of 31 additional states beside the country's 36 existing states has sparked widespread reactions from prominent Nigerians and groups across the country. The proposal was contained in a letter to the House of Representatives read during a Thursday's plenary by the Deputy Speaker Benjamin Kalu, who presided over the session in absence of the Speaker Tajuddin Abbas. However, the proposal was rejected by the Yoruba socio-cultural organization Afanifere and its northern counterpart, the Arewa Consultative Forum, which described it as ridiculous. The National Organizing Secretary of Afanifere, Abagun Kole Omololu, explained that the proposed state creation negated Afanifere's demand for true federalism. Moving on, the Federal Capital Territory Administration has approved 36.5 billion naira for the execution of several projects in the Federal Capital City and satellite towns. The coordinator, Satellite Towns Development Department, FCTA, Abu Kadir Zulukifulu, disclosed this on Abuja Thursday while briefing newsmen on the outcome of the FCT Executive Committee meeting, the first in 2025. Zulkiflu explained that out of the amount, 19.6 billion naira would be spent on the construction of multi-event sports centers and 13.9 billion naira on the construction of 2 magistrate courts. He added that 3 billion naira would also be spent on the procurement and installation of 33 kV power supply and streetlight system. The coordinator said the committee approved the award of contract for the construction of a multi-event sports complex in Abuja, which is expected to be completed within 12 months. Still on, the Dangote refinery in Lagos has attained a peak PMS production of 33 million liters a day, just as the plant attains another landmark of 550,000 barrels a day. The refining milestones were made known at the control room of the refinery recently when directors of the Nigerian Economic Summit (NESG) visited. It is generally believed that Nigeria's current domestic consumption of PMS stands at 33 million liters per day. And Africa's most populous nation is well on its way to supplying its PMS needs from local sources. The visiting NESG directors also learned that the mild hydro cracking unit, MHC, has attained a height of 120%, while the continuous catalytic reforming unit, CCRU, has achieved a peak performance of 90%. To end the local news, the Deputy Speaker of the House of Representatives, Honorable Benjamin Okezie-Kalu, has appealed to President Bola Ahmed Tinubu to temper justice with mercy and give freedom to the leader of the indigenous people of Biafra, IPOB, Nnamdi Kanu. A statement by the Special Assistant Press Affairs to the Deputy Speaker, Udora Orizo, said Carlo made the appeal at the inaugural meeting of the House of Representatives Committee meeting on Southeast Development Commission at the National Assembly Complex in Abuja on Wednesday. The Deputy Speaker commended Tinubu for his continuous and tremendous support and commitment towards peace, development, and stability of the Southeast region. The Deputy Speaker said the people of the region will be eternally grateful to the President if that becomes a reality. He also noted that when Kano is released, insecurity in the region will be reduced, and this will aid the development of this CEDC is going on to bring. On the foreign scene, a second judge has blocked Trump's plan to change who gets to be a U.S. citizen at birth. The judge said no U.S. court has ever agreed to Trump's views of what the Constitution means. On Wednesday, Judge Deborah Budman in Maryland listened to concerns from immigrant advocacy groups and 5 pregnant women when they worried that their babies wouldn't get U.S. citizenship just because of their parents' immigration status, which they say goes against the Constitution. Budman, who was chosen for her job by President Biden, stopped Trump's order from starting on February 19th, which will last while the court figures out if the order is legal. When asked about appealing this decision, Trump's Justice Department team requested 60 days to respond, but didn't say what they would do next. Also, China has officially filed a complaint with the World Trade Organization against U.S. President Donald Trump's new 10% tariff on Chinese imports, arguing that the move is protectionist and violates WTO rules. The complaint submitted on Wednesday also challenges Trump's revocation of a duty-free exemption from low-value packages, a decision that has created confusion among shippers and retailers. Beijing's request for trade consultations with the U.S. comes as businesses grapple with abrupt closure of the de minimis exemption, which also packaged imports valued under $800 to enter the U.S. duty-free. E-commerce giants such as Shein, Temu, and Amazon have relied heavily on this provision to facilitate cross-border shipments. A U.S. Customs and Border Protection officials have, however, stated that all small packages from China and Hong Kong must now have customs entries on file before arrival. Now to sports. The Confederation of African Football, CAF, has secured a lucrative 3-year sponsorship extension with French energy giant Total Energies worth $1.125 billion until 2028. According to the reports, the new deal worth $375 million per year was finalized after the 2025 Africa Cup of Nations drew in Rabat, Morocco. CAF President Patrice Motsepe and Total Energies Chairman and CEO Patrick Moyene officially agreed, marking a significant financial boost for African football. To end the news, Nigerian striker Victor Boniface continued his scoring streak, netting the decisive goal as Bayer Leverkusen rallied from 2-0 down to defeat Köln 2-3 after extra mile in Wednesday's DFB Pokal quarter-final clash. Boniface, who also found the net in Leverkusen 3-1 league win against Hoffenheim on Sunday, delivered the decisive blow in the 98th minute, volleying home a cross from Alejandro Gilmardo to seal the victory. Leverkusen's manager Saïb Alonso hailed his team's resilience, stating that it was a very rough game against a strong opponent. And these are the headlines on our news updates this morning. Coming up next is the social listening segment. Don't go away.
Hello, this is Bode Oshosami on Global Business Insights on BDTV, where we bring ideas and discussions on the business headlines.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, BusinessDay is your guide.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium BusinessDay. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
So I'm Sam Abu. I'm the country senior partner for PwC Nigeria and the regional senior partner for PwC West Market, which is West Africa.
The event has just been wrapped up and it was really, really insightful. I want to know, aside from like my own personal experience, what was the reason why this roundtable was so important to hold?
This forum, these kind of sessions provide us an opportunity to have very important conversations about the direction of the country. There are a number of business leaders in the room today, as you saw. And the one thing that business leaders are contending with is how to navigate the complexities of operating in the kind of global economic environment that we are into. So these conversations or these sessions enable us to share perspectives and insights and information about how the strategies to deploy in running our businesses. But I think it's also very important in shaping the conversations we need to have in this country about the direction of travel of the country. Because we are all, whether business leaders or individuals, we're all stakeholders in this country.
Yes.
So having this opportunity to have conversations and discussions about our economy, about the budget, about government reforms and policies is a critical part of the job that we have to do as business leaders, as individuals in this country. So this is, I would say that is the primary motivation for doing something like this. But I think it's of immense value to everybody who attends it.
Thank you so much. I also want to know, what is your major takeaway from this event?
If I was to say the one thing that I took away was optimism. You know, I mean, we kind of came in there today, everybody had a slightly pessimistic view of where 2025, what 2025 would mean for businesses, especially given where we're coming from in 2024. Think about the macroeconomic challenges that we've had to deal with in 2024 in Nigeria and even across the world, inflation, currency volatility, you just name it. But the overwhelming sentiment today was positivity. Like, I think it can't get any worse than it was last year, you see? So inflation, the outlook is that inflation is going to come down, going to trend down. There's going to be some stability in exchange rates. There's even a suggestion that exchange rate might come down. God, amen to that, right?
Amen. Yeah.
So yeah, I would say the overwhelming sentiment is 2025 will be a better year than 2024, and we'll begin to see an upward trajectory in all our metrics, economic metrics. Of course, the road ahead is still rough. 2024 was that it is a better year doesn't mean it is perfect or it is good. Yeah. It is just that we're coming from a very low base when you talk about inflation or currency volatility. So the fact that we're going up, we're trending up, is reason to be hopeful and reason to be optimistic about the future of business in Nigeria.
Thank you so much, sir, for sitting with us and granting us this interview. Thank you so much.
Thank you for having me.
Ciao.
Good day, viewers. My name is Elizabeth Musa, and this is Social Listening. Today, we are hitting the street to find out what the public think about the sensitive issue of divorces prevalent in our society. Should matters like divorce be shared publicly, or should they be treated with more discretion, especially as a public figure? Well, let's hear what the streets have to say about this. Are you single or married?
I've been married for 14 years.
I'm married. I'm about to.
I'm single.
What's your take on divorce?
Well, I will not have...
Is it okay?
It's not okay.
Should divorces be kept public or private?
Divorce should be kept public and private in two ways. One, if the divorce, let's say for instance, a man almost killed somebody. Should I mention name? There was a musician, I won't mention name, that died because of molestation, a Christian musician that was beaten till she met her death. She didn't leave the marriage, but she's dead. If you have gone out of that marriage, you would have also seen a way to take care of your children. That is the only one I support. Don't stay where they want to kill you. Please. Nobody should sit and be panicated as if you're a car that had accident. Okay, molestation, and you want to divorce, keep it private. How will a young one that is suffering the same fate know what to do next? That's why I told you, it can be this, I can. And if you're doing it because of promiscuity, you better shut up your mouth and do it quietly. We don't want to hear it.
Why do you think that there is an increasing rate of divorce these days?
I think people rush into marriage. Even when they see red flags, they do not care, probably because of peer pressure. Their mates got married, they want to get married. And also people that are already in marriage, not being able to compromise and tolerate their partner can cause divorce.
First of all, I think the major reason for divorce is insincerity. People are not sincere to each other. That is one. Secondly is competition, right? People like to compare themselves with others and also compare their spouse with others. You understand? And also, you know, that human syndrome of human wants and you can never satisfy all human wants?
I can't really say because divorce is not in my dictionary. I've been married for 14 years. I don't think I want to divorce anyway. But for those that are divorcing, there must be something that's making them divorce. It might be molestation, abuse, violence in the home and all that, And sometimes you never can tell why somebody wants to divorce. If you come to the female part, maybe this man is not paying attention or not giving me enough money, or you're seeing another person outside that you will think you can impress more than the devil you know at home. So I don't know. People divorce for so many reasons. There are so many reasons why somebody can divorce.
Well, the one thing I understand about this divorce is maybe for the man, okay, maybe the character the woman bringing is not quite okay.
With the increasing rate of divorce these days, do you think it has affected how the public perceives
it has
of marriage?
It has actually, because there are some of my friends that feel like marriage is not necessary, and it's because of what they see on social media. So it really has effects on especially the coming generation. You see some of them saying, oh, I'd rather remain single than and I know there's a good part to marriage, so I feel like people should get to see more of that. So it has a lot.
Well, yes, to a good extent, yes. It discourages people, especially young people. And these days, if you ask, let me say, majority of young people, majority of single, they will tell you that most of them will tell you that marriage is a scam, because they believe they are seeing what is happening on the social media and the rest. So they will be like, if I enter marriage now this one I go to see. Do you understand? So it discourages people. That is just it. It discourages especially young people. And if you look at it very well, you see that these days, there is high rate of, as in single people, they are more, like compared to before now. You understand? Before now, then you don't even need, as a young guy, you don't need to disturb yourself that you are of age. Your parent will just go and get wife for you and give you. You understand? And all those issues will be taken care of. But these days, you have to prepare yourself financially, mentally, and otherwise. You prepare yourself. And now looking at what is happening, especially this celeb of a thing, you are looking at so person. I don't want to call them so person did this, like the one that happened yesterday. Somebody came up and the rest and the rest. So when they look at all those things, they will be like, I beg, might just enjoy my life as a single as a single person.
So many people think marriage is an achievement. Some people want to marry and let it be that I'm married, or nobody will say I didn't see a man to marry, or I didn't see a wife to marry. People that are thinking about having elaborate marriage or having a marriage that is this is the best for the year. Look out for them. Give them time. Start counting. Because the way bitter cola sounds in the mouth, that's not the way it's sweet. Until you realize that what you have come here to do is to become half of this person, part of this person, and the person will accept that person's bad and good, and the person accepts your bad and good.
It's not encouraging. If I have a brother that wants to get married at this time, this hardship, I think that is his own belief. I will not advise him that he should stop marrying. He should go ahead, because I believe everything is going to be fine.
Do you think that public divorces, especially from public figures, do you think it inspires people to be more open about their struggles? Or do you think it inspires more people to go for divorces regardless of whatever situation they're facing?
I think any divorce that is public or private, as far as the divorce is based on two people separating based on their mental health, okay, we can't cope with this, we can't do, they are not. Somebody wake up one morning and say, I don't want to marry again. Coming publicly to come and say, I am saying it, I'm not marrying again. Well, when you agree to marry, we are not there. Please keep it quiet, keep it on your own. When you said that you want to marry, you didn't tell us. It is when you now came for the wedding, you gather everybody, you wasted our time. That's what I'll call it. We came for the wedding, we brought Ashebi, we saw Ashebi, all of that. Then if you want to divorce, in fact, they should be doing that. If people that you want to divorce, those who that came to your wedding, call all of them one by one. Let them go down when you're doing that divorce. Because I don't understand. He doesn't encourage anybody. Do you understand? The only thing I know that if somebody is being molested, being abused, you understand, and you come out and speak, and people will even help you and tell you, please, oh, run away, run for your dear life, because nobody wants to lose their child.
So on the issue of public divorces, do you think it's okay for celebrities to come on social media to announce publicly of their divorces?
Well, like you said, they are public figures. Whether they announce it or not, we are bound to know about it. But I just feel like before announcing it, they should come to a mutual agreement on, okay, are we ready to put this out? It should not be one person putting the divorce thing out. The two of them should have a mutual agreement before putting it out. Because whether they put it out or not, they are public figures. We are bound to know.
Well, when you already call them celebrity. So celebrity is all about showcasing. It's all about letting people know that, as in let people know that you are, something is happening to you. But it has a negative impact on the society. Do you get? Because most people will look at it and start, compare, like I said before, start comparing their own family with what is happening in the celeb family, without knowing that all fingers are not equal and you can't be the other person. You get? So I don't think it's right for them to bring it to the limelight or let people start knowing that this is what is happening to them and the rest. I don't think it's right.
But you think it comes with the territory of their work?
Exactly.
On what ground do you think people can have a divorce?
Well, personally for me, I would say domestic violence, one, cheating. When it comes, I know some people will say, oh, you can't tolerate this, and maybe Christianity says, so maybe when your partner dies. But I just feel like anything that will affect your mental health, you should do away with it. So for me, I don't have a really, how will I put it? I don't have standard for divorcing. So if it's messing with your mental health, if it's something you've tried to control and you can't control it, rather than losing yourself, just separate. Let's just call it separation.
Well, I'm a Christian, first of all. Very good one at that. Biblically, the Bible says that you can only divorce your wife on one condition. That is, if she is caught red-handed cheating. You understand? So, based on that, I think that is the only reason why there can be divorce. You get? So, I'm talking from biblical point of view, as a Christian that I am. So, that's just what I think. Any other thing, both of you, even that one too, you can resolve it to, you understand? But that one is strong enough to cause divorce.
So, every other thing can be worked out?
Of course. Every other thing can be worked out. Every other thing. You put your heads together and you agree and move on with life. Nobody is perfect. So if you are looking for perfect man or perfect woman, that means you're not ready to mingle.
Finally, do you still believe in marriage?
I do.
All right.
I do.
Well, there you have it. This has been the social listening segment of the BDTV Breakfast Show. We'd like to hear what our audience have to say, and that's why we come to the streets to find out their perspective on very interesting and important matters affecting us and shaping our society. Until next time, my name is Elizabeth Musa. Keep watching Business Day TV.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Hello and welcome. This is Business Day TV. I am Kemi Michael. Our stop motion has been an age-old form of animation, and in Nigeria, it has been very unpopular. And I know you're wondering what stop motion animation is. Well, wonder no more. I have Esther Kemi Badamosi, CEO of Radio City, right here with me.
All right.
Good
Thank you very
afternoon.
much. Yeah,
Welcome.
good afternoon. Thank you. God help me now. Help your boy now. I did try now. Because this also no be pure water. Oh.
So tell me, what is stop motion animation?
Stop motion animation is the movement of physical objects, in time. That's unlike 2D and 3D, that's done in the digital space, on your PC. Stop motion is done physically. That means you move a physical object, but you move it frame by frame, in the space of time. So in practical, you take your camera and then you take one shot at a time, So if you have to move your hands from here to here, you just move it in bits. And then, take this and take the shot, take this and take the shot and take the shot. And then the eyes, the illusion of movement just occurs when you put all the frames together. So it has a sequence. The sequence of frames causes there to be movement. So you do this, in creating a story, obviously you have lots of movements. And so, that's all that you put together. So you have lots of shots, to make up scenes and then, of course, to make up a film.
That sounds really exhausting.
Well, yeah.
But why did you choose stop motion? I mean, you could have used, as you said, the 2D and 3D tools on the internet right now. Why not use those? Why stop motion?
I'm not sure I found stop motion. I think stop motion found me.
Okay.
I used to be a 3D animator. I was a 3D animator for about 8 years. Then I got married, had kids, and then I couldn't cope with 3D anymore. And then, at the point where I was really trying to figure out what I needed to do, I started, putting their toys, the children's toys. And, I had this Spider-Man that I would, have the Spider-Man poses kind of thing. And because I liked the poses so much, I'll take a picture of it, and then I'll do another one, then take a picture of it, that kind of thing. And, when I put the sequences together, there was interesting movements. And after that, I worked on short sequences, basketball sequences, all of that. And they were quite interesting, until 2019. This was 10 years ago, this year, and 2019, I decided, okay, let's work on something, just something very short, about a minute long. It was just some sort of mannequin we used. And we just told this story, simple story of the past situation in Nigeria. When we were done, we submitted it to festivals, and here was different festivals, all over the world. And we're like, whoa, it was just about a minute, and that was it. It was like, we can do something better than this, let's do something else. And so that's how we made 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 films so far, like that. So it's essentially stop motion finding me. I'm not sure I found it, because at the point I started it, I didn't even know what the name was, but it seemed like something I could use to express myself. I could tell my stories. I had done documentaries in the past, so I wasn't new to filmmaking. I had made short films. I'd won awards doing documentaries. So we're doing it on a sort of big scale. But then, this was animation, which was something that was really dear to me. It was kind of like a side thing. I think it was a side thing till COVID. COVID was what made it become up and center for me. It's suddenly becoming something that was way beyond, our local space, and going international, has been something that has come some sort of a surprise. But then, yes, I love the process. So yeah.
I see that you were made fellow at the Berlin Ale.
Yes,
Please tell us
Biennale.
more about that.
Oh, okay. Last year, well, for the first time, Biennale, what they do is every year, being one of the biggest festivals in the world. After Sundance, Cannes, you have sort of like Biennale, and they pick 200 filmmakers every year. So for the past 22 years, they have picked 200. And so usually you have maybe 1, 2 Nigerians, sometimes 3, that filmmakers that are, very high profile ones, that they pick. But last year, for the first time in animation, they picked me, as a Biennale talent. So I was in Berlin last year, and it was was sort of like out of this world experience, for someone who was in a, even for Benali, it's a film festival, a film festival that has almost 500,000 registered, attendance. So it's huge, so even for them, animation is a little bit not their usual thing, but, having to bring in someone from animation, I really needed to find my feet there. Among the talents, I think we were just probably around 5 of us, that were from animation. And so we really just had to find ways to connect, and which was fantastic, for even for all the other things as well. And so what that did was it gave me the opportunity to be able to apply last year, towards the end of last year, for fellowship. Now, what happens is that of the 10,000, there are about 10,000 talents now, because it's been over 22 years of picking 200 people. So they have the opportunity to apply for fellowship. You understand? It's a partnership between Benali, Talent, and MasterCard. So now, if you have a project that you want to push, you just needed to apply for it, and they picked only 2 people. So it was crazy that, so I applied. I'm not sure I was thinking they would pick, but as far as I was concerned, they can only pick if you apply. If you don't, your chances are 0. And so I applied. I was really shocked, in January when I saw congratulations. You have been said. I was like, did they pick many people? Because that was my first thought. Maybe they picked many people this time. Only to find out that we're just 2 that they picked. It was very humbling experience. Because it took things to another level completely.
Yeah.
For someone in stop motion, completely unknown field. In Nigeria, even internationally. There's a fight for us to be able to have space. When Pinocchio won Best Animation last year, it was a big deal for us, considering there's a stop motion animated film, and so it's everything we get. It's huge. And so when Benali gave us that, focus front and center, it's that was all that was in my head, that look, this is a big deal for us.
Kind of is.
Yes, it is. It is a big deal because, it gave us the opportunity to have conversations, with lots of people that were really interested in seeing Africa, because stop motion is also not so big in Africa, seeing Africa develop in this light. Because to be honest with you, I think that stop motion is the perfect medium for us in Africa. Why do I think so? Because we don't have too much equipment, and all of that tech thing. Stop motion doesn't require so much. You don't need to have a high-end PC to do stop motion. All you need to do is to have that creative ability. You need to be artistic, you need to be able to sculpt, because at some point we started making our puppets. We didn't have to use the objects we were using at first. I think we did that in our first 3 films. By the time we got to the 4th one, we made our puppets from scratch. So virtually everything you see was made, artistically like that. And so, for us, us having that opportunity, I think it will open the eyes of a lot of young people that probably maybe went to Yaba Tech. You understand? They can draw, they can paint. You understand? Stop motion is just the movement of what they are doing. You're already, just moving it. It requires a lot of patience, but patience is free. You understand? It's not something that you need 500k to buy patience. You understand? It's just something you really need to sort of discipline yourself to do, and somehow that's really essentially what we've done. You just need to be patient with it, bit by bit. And as we make each film is better than the previous one because our skills are improving.
Practice makes perfect.
Yeah, and then of course with more exposure, having the opportunities to go to different festivals, different studios. I've been to some of the biggest studios, worldwide for stop motion animation. It's just because it's a field that we are not too many. You understand? So quite a bit of opportunities, also in that light. And so it's something really exciting for us, and we actually look forward to pushing it even more.
Now, speaking about being unpopular, I'm talking about stop motion being unpopular here in Nigeria and Africa at large. How exactly did it feel when you started, seeing as you did not have anybody to show you the ropes in doing it?
Okay, well, in the beginning, it didn't make sense. I think that was our first goal. It didn't make sense to people around us. It didn't make sense to, friends or whoever it is that saw that that's what we did, So yeah, in the beginning, it was kind of like, it almost felt embarrassing sometimes, when you're dealing with objects and just trying to move them around and people not understanding what exactly this is and all. Yes, so yeah, we experienced a lot of difficulty. You could imagine that we had zero support. But I think that seeing that, I knew that if we could make it make sense, we'd have an opportunity. I knew that I didn't have all the skills at the time when I started, so there was no way I could instantly prove that it was a viable means of making films. Not that animation is film, So people needed to see the film capacity in it, and it was going to take a while for us to be able to do that. From first film to second to third, I think when we won our first Best Animation Award, it clicked to people that, you understand, this stuff might actually be making sense. And then we got a nominations in Afrif, AMA, all of the major festivals, in Africa and all. So it was okay. Wow. Okay, yes. So this might make sense actually. So it's being able to, we've been to all of the major labs, DLA, DFM, CTIAF, when Nigeria was going to MIFA, that's 2 years ago now, and that's the biggest animation festival in the world. And we wanted to pick our project one, overall. So it's been a journey of trying to also prove.
Markets were expecting the Bank of England to lower rates to 4.5% yesterday, but what they did not see coming was an unanimous decision with 2 members favoring a larger size 50 basis points rate cut. The reaction was swift. The pound sterling fell as investors priced in as much as 65 basis points of more easing in 2025. Markets cheered the dovish slant and the FTSE 100 closed up 1.21%. Hello, this is Bode Oshosami on Global Business Insights, where we bring more depth to the main business headlines. This is a special episode focusing on yesterday's Bank of England rate decision. Andrew Bailey commented that while they expect to be able to cut bank rates further, how far and how fast will be a meeting-by-meeting situation. The governor also noted that there was a continued temporary short-term pressure on prices attributed to trend of higher gas energy prices and not linked to economic pressures, also not affected by monetary intervention, which typically takes longer to have their impact. Hence, the need to cautiously proceed with withdrawal of restrictiveness. Monetary easing going forward, he said, will be gradual and careful, noting inflation after a temporary uptick will come down to the Bank of England target by 2027. The word gradual is responsive to the disinflation process, while careful recognizes the many risks and uncertainties. He also noted that the impact of US trade policy for now is unknown and so not factored in. He noted that the UK does not have a substantial trade imbalance with the US, adding that depending on which figures you look at, the two countries either have a small trade deficit or surplus. The numbers are almost balanced. He, however, added that even if the UK is not the direct recipient of potential tariffs imposed by the US, the UK will still be affected, and the effect on the global economic growth and inflation would need to be looked at, and a response, when things are clearer, will be appropriately fashioned. As expected, the Bank of England delivered the bad news UK Chancellor Reeves was hoping not to hear. That is, the UK economy is now projected to grow at just 0.75% this year, half its November forecast of 1.5%. Let's listen to the governor.
So today we've cut bank rate by 0.25 percentage points to 4.5%. With the progress we've made to reduce inflationary pressures in the UK economy, we've been able to take another step to make monetary policy less restrictive. And this will be welcome news to many. And we expect to be able to cut bank rate further as the disinflation process continues. But we will have to judge meeting by meeting how far and how fast. We live in an uncertain world, and the road ahead will have bumps on it. We expect inflation to increase this year to a peak of about 3.7% before returning to the 2% target. And we will set bank rate to ensure that it does so sustainably. Chart 1, as has come up, shows the development of 12-month consumer price inflation since 2021. That's the white line. It shows how headline inflation fell sharply through 2023 and into 2024 before reaching the 2% target towards the middle of last year. In the shaded area on the right, you can see how we now expect inflation to increase to about 3.7% towards the middle of this year as negative contributions from energy prices, that's the orange bars, first fade and then turn slightly positive, with some further upward pressure from food and goods prices, that's the purple and blue bars. And this is a full percentage point higher than the peak we expected in November. But behind this uptick in headline inflation stands a continued gradual easing of underlying inflationary pressures in the UK economy. And this is the backdrop to our withdrawal of monetary policy restrictiveness and to our policy decision today. As chart 2 shows, inflation in the prices of services has been coming down since the middle of last year. That's the blue line. In the latest data for December, services inflation fell more than expected to 4.4%. Some of that downside surprise was driven by smaller than expected increases in airfares, which can be volatile. But other measures of underlying services price inflation have been gradually easing too. And higher frequency measures of underlying services price inflation, which can be indicative of near-term inflation momentum, have remained lower than their annual rates. And this points to a prospect of further moderation in underlying services price inflation. The news from other measures of private sector regular pay growth has been mixed. The bank staff's indicator model of underlying pay growth has plateaued recently, as chart 3 shows, but it still points to a lower rate of wage growth, that's the orange line, than the AWE, which is the blue. And both the bank's decision maker panel and our agents' annual pay survey point to a softening in wage growth over this year to just below 4% and 3.7% respectively. So while we expect inflation to rise again over the coming months, it is almost entirely due to factors that are not directly linked to underlying cost and price pressures in the economy, and factors that we expect to be temporary. Chart 4 shows a decomposition of this. The combined effects of regulated price changes and fiscal measures may add around 0.5 percentage point to inflation towards the middle of this year. That's the orange, blue and purple bars. Core goods and food price inflation measures have also ticked up, that's the pink and green bars. But the single largest driver is household energy bills, that's the gold bars. With current expectations for wholesale prices, energy prices may contribute as much as 0.75 percentage point to the increase in headline inflation expected towards the middle of the year. The winter has been colder than expected in Europe, and that has led to an increase in demand for natural gas, while suppliers remain tight. As chart 5 shows, wholesale natural gas futures prices have risen by around 20% since our November report. The increase in European gas prices has led to an increase in the Ofgem price cap for UK household energy bills for the current quarter, and it will affect the cap for the second quarter of this year too, when it's announced by Ofgem later this month. But gas futures prices remain significantly lower than in 2022, and they are little changed further out. While energy prices are volatile and notoriously hard to predict, these are developments that should help to limit further increases in energy prices. Monetary policy cannot prevent such short-term influences on headline inflation, nor should it respond to factors that will fade by the time it takes its effect. But we should recognise that this short-term pickup in inflation introduces some further uncertainty into the near-term outlook for inflation. Today, the labour market is cooling. The context is one of a weakening in economic activity. Intelligence from the bank's agents suggests that firms are increasingly either reluctant or unable to pass through costs to consumer prices, given subdued demand. There are signs that the restrictive stance of monetary policy continues to work to reduce inflationary pressure in the economy. So looking further ahead, as in chart 6, our February projection, which is conditional on the market implied path for interest rates, this suggests that consumer price inflation will peak this year at around 3.7%, and then fall steadily back to the 2% target over the rest of the forecast period. In our projection, the return of inflation to target is supported by an emerging degree of economic slack in the UK economy. Activity in the economy has been weaker than expected last year. We now expect GDP growth to be notably weaker in the near term too, before picking up from the middle of the year. We expect similar growth rates for 2026 and 2027 as we did in November. Our February projection ascribes much of the weakness in economic activity to supply. This means that the more recent slowdown in demand has so far led to only a small margin of slack opening up. The output gap then widens over the next couple of years of the projection to around 0.75% of potential GDP, before narrowing towards the end of the forecast period. This is consistent with current measures of slack in the economy. Both the level of vacancies and the ratio of vacancies to unemployment have returned close to pre-pandemic levels, suggesting that the labour market is broadly in balance. I would also note that the ratio of broad money to GDP, shown in chart 7 here, has returned close to its pre-pandemic trend, though it's also clear that the slope of the current direction of travel is downwards. While we would expect the underlying disinflationary process to continue, the balance between aggregate demand and supply is one of the main determinants of inflationary pressures in the medium term. This will influence the path for bank rate. On the one hand, greater or longer lasting weakness in demand relative to supply would push down on inflationary pressures, consistent with a less restrictive path for bank rate. On the other hand, if supply is more constrained relative to demand, domestic wage and price pressures could be sustained, consistent with a slower path of future reductions in bank rate. There are risks from the global economy too. It remains unclear what form global trade policies might ultimately take, and the MPC's February projection is not conditioned on any change in global tariffs. A box in the Monetary Policy Report sets out a framework for how tariffs could affect UK output and inflation. So let me conclude. Our restrictive stance of monetary policy has reduced inflationary pressures in the UK economy. With the progress we've made, we've been able to take another step in making monetary policy a little less restrictive today. The judgment we will have to make at our future meetings is whether underlying inflationary pressures in the UK economy are easing enough to allow further cuts in bank rate. Some domestic inflationary pressures remain and may have eased a little more slowly than we expected last year. And that reaffirms the importance of taking a gradual approach to the withdrawal of monetary policy restrictiveness. Bank rate is not on a preset path. With increased uncertainty and risks to inflation on both sides, from the near-term outlook to UK activity and inflation and from developments in the global economy, we must also proceed carefully, judging the evidence afresh at each meeting. Based on the committee's evolving views of the outlook for medium-term inflation, a gradual and careful approach to the further withdrawal of monetary policy restraint is appropriate. And so with that, Claire, Dave and I will be happy to take your questions. Thank you.
Asian stocks closed mixed as investors see chances of averting a broader trade war. In India, the central bank cut its benchmark interest rate by 25 basis points to 6.25%. It was the first cut in almost 5 years to stimulate economic growth and reverse a broad downturn. Meanwhile, overnight in the US, the major index averages were mostly higher. The S&P 500 was up for a third straight session as investors weighed the last batch of corporate earnings. Speaking of earnings, Amazon reported earnings per share up 86% to $1.86 ahead of estimate of $1.49. This was on revenue up 10% over the previous year, and in which we saw the December quarter reach $187.8 billion, higher than expectations of $187.3 billion. The cloud unit AWS grew by 19%, but at $28.8 billion. Amazon Web Services revenue still came in slightly short of forecasts. Lower profits in the current quarter than forecasted also points to ramp up in spending and expenses to support artificial intelligence services. Later today, another market catalyst could be the US January employment report, where analysts are forecasting a gain of 170,000 jobs, down from 256,000 added in December, with a steady unemployment rate of 4.1%. An upside surprise in the jobs report could encourage more delay in easing by the US Federal Reserve. Well, that's all we can take on this special episode of Global Business Insights, focused on yesterday's Bank of England rate decision. You can watch us on BusinessDay TV YouTube channel Monday to Friday at 11 a.m. West Africa time. Enjoy your weekend and thanks for watching. This is Bode Oshosami. Bye-bye.
You are watching Business Day Television.
Welcome back to the VDTV Breakfast Show. This is the Big Story segment. This is where we break down some of the key issues shaping our economy, our industry, and our nation. My name is Elizabeth Musa, and today we will be exploring the way forward for home seekers, citing inflation and high cost of building materials. We'll be looking at possible solutions and effects of this subject matter for aspiring homeowners. Now, the housing situation in Nigeria at the moment has reached a crisis point. Now, for many home seekers, especially low-income earners, this situation is as hopeless as it is frustrating. In many towns, especially in the urban centers, decent housing and accommodation have remained a mere dream for millions of citizens due to affordability issues. In recent years, efforts by many private developers at improving housing delivery have been hampered by rising inflation and other adverse macroeconomic conditions which have pushed construction costs to frightening levels, thereby limiting the developers' capacity to build more houses for prospective buyers. This morning, we're joined by an industry stakeholder, estate surveyor and valuer, Mr. Chudi Ubosi, to share insights with our audience on how home seekers can navigate the challenge of housing delivery in the country. Now, Mr. Ubosi is a fellow of the Nigerian Institute of Estate Surveyors and Valuers, NIESV, and is the managing partner at Ubosi LA Plus Co., an estate surveying and valuation firm. And I'm not doing this alone. I'm also doing this alongside Mr. Chuka Uroko, who is our property editor here at Business Day. You're welcome to the show, sirs.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for having us.
Thank you very much.
So let me start by asking you this question. Firstly, can you give us an overview of the housing challenge in Nigeria? How deep is it?
Thank you very much for inviting me. I think we'll start by saying that it's deep. The problem is there. It's visible to all of us. In terms of qualitative and quantitative housing, there is a problem. Even by the world UN standards, you would hear that, look, even the quantity of housing that we tend to have, many of them are not even adequate based on the standards of the UN. And then in terms of quantitative, depending on who you're speaking to, I mean, we're going to be looking at figures of 10 to 20 million in deficit. So the problem is indeed deep. And you may then ask why. The first thing we'll say is that the government at many stages and many levels have not paid adequate attention to the issue of housing, to the issue of land. Take that, then we'll go to the cost of even the price of land all over the nation. It's very expensive to get land. Talk about building materials, then talk about income levels. The income levels are still so low that even those who desire to own some of these accommodations and even to rent, to just basically lease a place where you can stay over 1 year, 2 years, it's becoming more and more difficult. And then to cap all this is that there are no mortgages. In many of the developed countries, there are mortgages. 60 years, more than 60 years after our independence, we used to have mortgages in the early days, in the 70s, late 60s and early 70s, but no more. That has been, it's now out of the window. And what we have today, people will tell you, yes, the banks will tell you they're giving you mortgages, but indeed what they're giving you are commercial loans. You can't take a mortgage for 25%. And you're told to pay it back in 5 years. A mortgage would usually be something of 20, 25, sometimes 30 years, depending on your age, and then at interest rates of 3, 4, 5%. So it's easy for you to take it from your income, your monthly income or your business income, and pay something every month. And you know that in 20 years, in 30 years, you will own the house. And even if you don't want to own it, you can still sell it somewhere down the road, take out your equity and get a bigger property. But that's the state of our housing industry as it is today.
I know Mr. Chuka has probably loads of questions in the oven that he wants to ask you. So I'm just going to let Mr. Chuka do the next question.
Well, we are welcome to the studio once again. And my question borders on just what you said as why. Why do we have the crisis?
Yes.
You have enumerated the number of reasons for that, but I would like to point out that Nigeria is just a population of 200 million people. Frequently, analysts cite population as part of our problems for having what we are having in the country today. But there are some countries in the world who have even more than that kind of population, yet they don't face the kind of challenges we do. Why are we so different?
Okay, thank you, Chuka. Let me, when you say there are some countries in the world, let me start by saying that 200 million population, there are probably only 5 or 6 countries bigger than we are. The US, maybe India, maybe China, maybe Indonesia, and so on. I think the first thing I will say is this. Look at those countries, look at their land mass. India has, I think, a 1.4 million square meter, 9 million square meters land area, or the US. Some of them are 10 times the size of Nigeria, which is 920,000 square kilometers. So that again is just, look, they have land. We are 900,000 square meters. These guys are 9 million square meters, 6 million square meters land area. But they do have, yes, much more population than we do. But that's just one. The next thing would be, let me say this, every country, no country has actually really solved their housing problems. Let's
Completely.
not, you would always have pockets of problems. Even in China, where we think that there is housing, they have a problem of overdevelopment, oversupply of housing. But yes, we have our problems. And again, why is it so? It's primarily because the government has not paid adequate attention to housing. When we talk about the Maslow's hierarchy of needs, housing is top. Housing is top. The government has not paid attention to housing. And then when not paying attention to housing means that they have not paid attention to land policies, they've not paid attention to what the laws governing land. We look at the land use decree, the land use act as it may be. That's a document that was made over 40 years ago. Things have changed. The dynamics are no longer the same. We should actually be changing those laws by now. We should be reviewing them in line with the realities of today's economy, the needs of the people, the housing needs of the people, and so on. And then one of the major problems we have in Nigeria is this issue of development of the urban centers. So we have Lagos. Everybody wants to come into Lagos. Where's the next place? Maybe Ibadan, maybe Shagamu. What's the infrastructure that links them? In the developed countries, you would stay in one city which is 100 kilometers from where you work, and you would take a train ride every morning. It's a 40-minute, 1-hour train ride. You can afford to stay out there. But here, we don't have that infrastructure. So everybody needs to stay in the center. That puts pressure on the available housing. I don't want to, for want of going on and on, it puts pressure on the available housing, it puts pressure on the land, it puts pressure on the rents. People are outbidding each other because they need to have a place to stay. And then the cost of providing this accommodation then makes it difficult for even people, the private sector or the public sector, to go on and keep developing at the speed at which the economy is growing, at which people need these properties.
So speaking of the private and public sector, as you've mentioned, what are their different roles, or how should they be collaborating?
Let me start with the public sector. The public sector is government. What is government's role? provide us an enabling environment to do business. Provide us an enabling environment to get on with our lives. We don't have to worry ourselves with what you guys are doing, but give us an economy that works. Give us a system that enables us. I mean, I get up in the morning, I want to go to Chuka's house, I want to come to Business Day. It's a smooth drive. I'm not worried about bad roads, I'm not worried about security, and so on. Give us the enabling environment. That is the role of the government. Now, when we talk about an enabling environment, it means give us an economy that works. An economy that works means that there'll be a lot more people that can afford these properties. It means that the financial instruments that will enable us provide or will enable the creation of mortgages would be available. An economy that works, an enabling environment would mean that we have the infrastructure to make to be that even if I developed a property 50 kilometers out of town, it will still be accessible. I don't need to be in the city. So these are the roles of the public sector. The Federal Mortgage Bank, the Nigeria Mortgage Refinancing Company, make it easy for these mortgages to be obtained. Let me say something about one reason, maybe one of the things about not the unavailability of mortgages. Today, the bankers will tell you that 95%, between 90 and 95% of the deposit is call money. Call money means that if I write a check today and walk into my bank, they have an obligation to give me my money. You can't use call money to give me a 30-year mortgage because somewhere along the line there's a mismatch. So the government needs to ensure that even the financial instruments and the financial sector are deep enough to enable people put money for long term, and it is that pool of long term that will enable people, the banks, be able to give out mortgages. And then the private sector, I was focused on the public sector, maybe I'm putting too much blame on them. The private sector are people like you and I, the developers who build houses for sale, build houses to lease out. The average man who takes up a plot of land and builds 6 flats, 8 flats, 2 wings of duplex and so on. What are their roles? Again, just to make sure that then people, if there's that, if the enabling environment is there, then you'll find that the private sector would invest more in real estate. If we take the average Nigerian has not achieved anything unless he has built a home. That's how we are brought up. That's how the average Nigerian life is.
Our culture.
It's part of our culture. It's part of our tradition. So investing in real estate is something that is already part and part of our nature. But it's becoming more and more difficult. The cost of acquisition of the land, even the uncertainties with title, the cost of building and so on. So for the private sector, it will be an offshoot. Once things are working with the public sector, the private sector will flow from there and will be able to make their own major contributions to the housing stock.
I think right now I would like to speak to the topic of our discussion today, which says that what asking question, what are the options open to home seekers? Given that today we are looking at, as of December, inflation rate was as high as 34.8%. Exchange rate is also an issue.
Yes.
Interest rate is also an issue. So even if I want to take a loan from the bank, I cannot because of the exchange rate. Then we are asking, what are the options open to those people who would still like to live somewhere or rent somewhere, given these challenges in the housing market?
You are watching Business Day Television. This is the Business Day television broadcast.
$3.15 trillion naira, or in dollar terms, $2 billion worth of one-year treasury bills were demanded for by investors, both local and foreign, essentially a testament to restored confidence in the Nigerian capital markets. How does this tell on the Nigerian economy? Welcome, this is Economy and Market on Business Day TV, where we bring a comprehensive breakdown of activities in the economy that affects the financial space. I'm your host, David Olujimi. On Wednesday, our show was about renewable energy. Today is about fixed income securities. This time we'll talk about a subscription amount of 3.15 trillion on the one-year T-bills issued on the 5th of February, even though we saw the actual yields drop to 20.32% on those bills. That's like the lowest since October 2024. Demand was at an all-time high. We've never seen that level of demand for a particular bill in history. This year, we've seen demand for T-bills hit over 7 trillion. That's subscription has hit over 7 trillion. A record within just 3 issuances. Essentially, it is a signification of the sentiment in the international corners, as Nigerian securities are now in hot demand, with some African exposed international banks touting their 2025 strategy as simply buy Nigeria. A report on Business Day suggests that there's been a recent capital importation worth $1 billion from an investor quite recently, sometimes this year. All of these figures should mean something to the ordinary man on the street, at least. And on today's show, we have Matilda Adefalujo, the lead, who is a senior investment research analyst at Meristem Securities Limited, who would help us provide context to some of the things we're talking about. Thank you, Matilda, for joining us this morning. Good morning.
Good morning. Thank you for having me.
Yeah, so Matilda, very basic, very quickly, help me explain to my audience, how does increased capital importation help the average business owner on the street? What does it translate for the average business owner on the street?
Okay, so when you're speaking to capital importation, you're talking about FX inflows, basically. Like, just to explain it very simply, you're talking about inflow of dollar into the economy. So when this happens, what we see is that there is more liquidity for banks, and also it positively impacts our exchange rates. And you notice that in the last week, we've seen the naira appreciates, just not significantly, just moderately, but at least it's just a testament to the fact that, we are having some level of FX inflows. So what it does also to business owners is that when there is lower, when the exchange rates appreciate, when the naira appreciates in relation to the dollar, there is lower interest rates could also, we could see lower interest rates, and then there is also easier access to loans. It also means that for businesses, they will be able to import their raw materials and their goods relatively cheaply, because I don't want to say significantly cheaply, because it's relative still, and then the slight appreciation that we saw was not as much as is expected. So basically what we're going to see is that it also promises some level of economic stability, so that's what we expect, that and business owners would also be able to maybe produce even more, since they have access to cheaper dollar.
Okay, thank you so much, Matilda. Thank you. So, could this increased demand for Nigerian securities lead to lower borrowing costs for businesses? Are we going to be seeing businesses, considering that we are dealing with inflation, which is that we are still dealing with inflation at 34%? We've not seen January figures yet. So, do you think that there could be relief in terms of borrowing cost for businesses?
Well, just like I was trying to explain earlier, when you look at it in principle, when you look at it theoretically, when there is maybe strong investor demand for even our foreign securities. Now, for Nigerian securities, let us bring it to the fixed income aspect of things. So what this means is that the higher demand for Nigerian securities, that's the bills, it means that there is also an increased supply of dollar, naira, just to obtain these securities. So what would likely be seen, which we've already even started seeing, is lower yields, right? On this, but in the Nigerian case, just like you mentioned, inflation is quite high. So what this means is that with high inflation, despite the stronger investor demand, what would likely be seen is that investors would demand significant premium, to compensate for the eroding value of their returns, right?
Yes.
So in other words, what this also means is that even if demand is high, the yields on Nigerian securities will still reflect the high inflation environment. So yeah, on one hand, we could say it could lead to lower borrowing costs, maybe in the short term, some sort of relief for business owners. But then you have to also consider the fact that inflation is high, and investors would always demand for premiums to cover up that loss of value, right? And another thing that you also need to bring into consideration is that there is the fear of crowding out of the private sector, where I believe that most business owners even play in, look at, situations like commercial papers. We've seen commercial papers, but the list that we've seen the list yield in this sense that we've seen between late last year into till date is between 28 and 30%, which is significantly high. And this is going to be reflected in the cost of sales, even the eventual selling price. And if they are unable to translate this into, higher selling prices and, to get higher revenue, what we'd see is an erosion of profits for businesses. So it's a dicey situation for business owners, actually.
So basically, I want to take something. I want to craft a scenario in my head. Basically, now you talked about the fact that these low yields, these reducing yields on government securities may lead to crowding out of commercial papers and the private sector, essentially. So we are dealing with a situation where even as government bills are going down to 20%, maybe we'll see the next one at 19%. It still does not mean that I can go to the market and want to go and issue commercial papers at 25%. In essence.
Well, no. Okay, so the way to look at it is, that we have the benchmark rate, that's monetary policy rate.
Yes.
Which every other rate in the economy feeds from. So number one, if there is an expectation of lower monetary policy rates, which we are actually seeing because of the rebasing of the CPI and also GDP. So let's look at CPI. Basically, there's an expectation that inflation is going to fall. There's also the expectation that the monetary policy authorities will likely be dovish in this year. So investors are now they're trying to lock in their funds. So when this happens and then the monetary policy rate is reduced, rates on commercial papers would also be reduced, which is beneficial to business owners.
Okay, thank you so much, Matilda. Then this recent recent subscription figures that we saw on the 1 year bills from 2 days ago, from Wednesday, they are high. So questions will arise. What are the factors that are driving this kind of high demand? What are some of the things that we are just saying that it's happening, but some people will say, oh, the stability in the naira, but are there other factors that are driving this high demand?
Well, it's a couple of different things. Just like you rightly said, the last time we had subscription this high was almost 10 years ago. That's in 2016. Wow. And before then, it was in 2014. And we've not had anything prior to 2014. So we'll say that the last time subscription was this high was 2014, 2016, and in 2025. So the word on the streets, everyone is asking, everyone is wondering what's going on. Oh, I thought there is no money in the economy, and all of that. But there are different factors. The first one is, just like I mentioned earlier, there are expectations of lower yield in the fixed income space. Now, the thing about fixed income, just like the name renders fixed income, if you're able to lock in your funds now, if you're able to lock yields at the rates that they currently are now, there's not expected to be maybe any form of fluctuations anytime, right? So what investors are trying to do is, okay, we know that rates are going to fall, say, when the MPC meets and after they've assessed the situation of the economy, a probable lower inflation and all of that. So when what investors are basically doing is locking funds now. Then we've also had liquidity. Liquidity in the month of February is expected to, we're expecting coupons of about 400 to 500 billion. So that is also contributing to, investors' incentive to participate in this auction. But I would say that the most major one is the fact that investors are just trying to play safe and ensure that they are able to lock in high yields as much as they can.
Okay, so now you talked about, and you made mention of an historical trend, which boils down to my next question. Are there historical trends? Anytime we have surge in demands like this, what are the trends that drive this kind of surges? So you talked about 2014, 2016, now 2025, we are seeing this kind of rising, we are seeing this surge in demand. So what are some of the trends that drive moves like this?
Well, so the first one, just like I'd already mentioned, would be the expectation of lower inflation. Then there is also the fact that there is the expectation of lower monetary policy rates, and also some level of stability. You'd notice that most of the subscription was on the 364-day. And then when we see a lot of, activity on the longer end of the curve, the 364-day in this sense, not the bond yield curve. Yes. I think it just basically is an attestation to the fact that investors are slightly, optimistic about, the future of the economy. Everyone is significantly expecting and looking forward to January's inflation numbers. We are trying to look out for what's going to be the outcome of the rebasing, and if it's going to be as much as a reprieve as is expected. So those are some of the things that I would say that historically has driven a large number of subscription and what we saw on Wednesday.
Okay, thank you so much, Matilda. Finally, just stay with me on this one. How sustainable is foreign interest? How sustainable is this foreign interest in Nigerian securities? So a report we wrote in BusinessDay, a report we wrote that was on Monday, showed that Nigerian assets are quite hot right now. You get, and some banks are saying, JP Morgan released the result, and they say one strategy for their emerging markets is being bullish on Nigeria. So how sustainable can this foreign interest be, and what are the factors that can either sustain or reverse this trend?
Well, I'll say that this question is one that has been asked, over and over again, with different people trying to understand, where we are in terms of sustainability. Foreign inflows, FPIs, like directly called hot money, they are good. They are good when they come in. They are good for, stabilizing the exchange rates for a bit. They are good for even, the yield environment. They are good for all of those things, especially, exchange rates. But then the question is, do we have what it takes to keep that hot money in the economy? And do we even have what it takes to drive FPIs into FDIs? So there is the investments in treasury bills, there is investments in bonds and the likes. But what we need as a country, as a developing country, is mostly FDIs, which has been suffering for a couple of quarters now. FDIs, that has to do with foreign investors situating their businesses here in Nigeria. But now when you think about it, you're looking at, do they even have access to good road networks? Do they have access to what's their take or their fear about the security of their businesses? Would they also like pull out like other multinational companies have been doing? I mean, we've seen a wave, especially last year, we saw a wave of, multinational companies leaving the country. So I believe that something that is more sustainable for us to do as a nation is to address these legacy issues. I mean, we can't overflog it, because when we do not take care of our supply side, then even if we try to stimulate demand, even if we, call upon investors, whether foreign or local, to invest, to bring in whether dollar, naira, whatever it is that, we try to get. If we do not address the legacy issues in terms of ensuring that we have infrastructure in place that would enable business, that would support business, that will support the growth of business. If we do not take care of, food is not supposed to be as expensive as it is here in Nigeria. Our inflation is not supposed to be as high as it is currently. Yeah. But then there is a problem of how long would goods or food items have to stay on the road before they get to the market? So there's a problem of transporting from the farm to the market. There's even the fear that that farmers have when they go to the market. I mean, when they have to go to the farm. Oh, we don't want to go to the farm here. There are different attacks. So I believe that once we are able to fix all of those issues, then we can now then speak about sustainability. We can bring in FPIs. We can, try to pitch, as much as we can. But if there is no reason to stay, then it's just going to be what it is. Hot, come here and go there.
Thank you so much, Matilda. It's been quite an insightful conversation with you. Thank you so much.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you. So when we come back from the break, we'll talk about an issue that we've been tracking in Business Day, which is liquidity issues that our companies are facing. We just spoke about fixed income securities. We talked about the fact that there's been a lot of foreign interest. Hot money has been coming in, like it's been a lot of hot money coming in. But now I want to talk about something that affects businesses: liquidity crunch. In 2023, it was bad. In 2024, it became worse. Tracking some of the listed power companies on the NGX, Transcorp Power, Geregu Power, we discovered that the volume of trade payables to these companies, essentially, in simpler terms, the volume of debt owed to these companies hit 420 billion. For context, these two companies recorded revenues of 443 billion. That means almost all of their revenue, a very high, a huge portion of their revenue was not in cash sales, essentially. And if that's not enough, we now discover that their cash balances are declining with respect to their current liabilities, something we call cash ratio. For Transcorp Power, we discover that it's as low as 0.036. It means that they can use only 3.6% of their current cash to settle current liabilities. And it's not because they're not making money. It's rather because they are being owed. It's rather because they don't have liquidity coming in from their operations. They don't have cash coming in from operations. Geregu, it's manageable, or it's understandable. Cash ratio was about 0.26%. However, in 2023, it was 0.99, meaning that there was a huge cash reserve that Geregu tapped into for their expansion in 2024. Essentially, these business and services across the country are running on a lot of debt, and this situation is begging for urgent attention. And one of the stories that will be coming to us next week is the story of liquidity crunches across the country, how businesses are functioning on indebtedness. Thank you very much for joining us on economy and market on Business Day Television. We'll come to you next week. Have a beautiful weekend. Thank you.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this is a recommendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, BusinessDay is your guide.
Hello, this is Bode Oshosami on Global Business Insights on BDTV, where we bring ideas and discussions on the business headlines.
I walked into the doctor's office and there were two doctors. So I thought, okay, maybe trainee doctor, normal doctor. But it turned out the other doctor was like a counselor. And they sat down and said, we're sad to tell you, but your tests have come back and you have cancer and it's stage 4.
Wow.
And of course, fear, panic. I started to cry. And I just stopped talking. And I was like, no, God, I cannot be your child and then go through this. Give me a word now. And this sudden, strange peace just came over me. And so I sat down back in the chair and said to the doctor, okay, what's the plan?
Wow.
And they were shocked. This is where I'm going to advise people. Whenever you go and get results and there's more than one doctor, know that there's fire on the mountain. I'd had 2 lumpectomy surgeries. I'd had 9 months of chemotherapy, 12 months of Herceptin. I had 4 rounds of radiotherapy.
Wow.
And to God be the glory, we're now, 2014? So I've been all clear for 13 years. And by God's grace, that's all behind me. Where cancer is concerned, don't cut and paste somebody else's treatment.
Right.
Because every single diagnosis is different. Pray every step of the way. Pray for the doctors that will treat you. Pray for the things that will be used to you. And then just surround yourself with things that make you happy.
Yeah.
Because once you're mentally and emotionally alert and happy, that even just helps your body with healing too.
Good morning and welcome to the BDTV Breakfast Show. I am Bethel Olajabi.
My name is Elizabeth Musa. And this is the social listening segment on the BDTV Breakfast Show.
We're talking about the Fly Nigeria Act. Can you give us a background into what this is about?
We are here today on the streets of Lagos, Nigeria, to gather opinion about a pressing issue.
I go look at the cost of petrol. We get very Nigeria with the suffer.
The income is not really increasing, but the prices of items are increased.
Nothing like service again, no. You only pray for that money to reach you that month.
There's a lot of high pressure, a lot of stress. There's a lot of high targets to be met.
I was quite strict. In my mind, I said, nothing from my hand, my picking go spoil.
To allow all banks and all the players in the space.
15% inflation target achievable in 2025.
The command and vision philosophy of both the Chief of Defense Staff, the Chief of Army Staff, and indeed all the service chiefs.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Nigeria, we hail thee, our own dear native land. Though tribe and tongue may differ, in brotherhood we stand. Nigerians old and proud to serve our sovereign motherland. Our flag shall be a symbol that truth and justice reign. In peace all battle honored, and this we count as gain. To hand unto our children a banner without stain. O God of all creation, grant this our one request. Help us to build a nation where no man is oppressed, and so with peace and plenty Nigeria may be blessed.
This is the Business Day television broadcast.
TV News at noon. I am Norma Obona. Let's see topics making headlines. We do not have enough. Fayemi apologizes over APC failure. Lagos introduces new speed limit monitors, imposes fine. We have no witness to defend Okpebholo's victory, INEC tells Edo Guba Tribunal. South Africa will not be bullied, says Ramaphosa after Trump's attack. Golden Eaglets miss out on the 2025 U17 AFCON World Cup qualification. We begin the news in Nigeria, where the former governor of Ekiti State, Kayode Fayemi, has apologized to Nigerians over the failure of the ruling All Progressive Congress (APC) to achieve its promises since taking over power. The former governor tendered his apology during his appearance at Channel Television on Thursday, 6th of February 2025. He acknowledged that failure to achieve their promises is not because of incompetence, but because there were other structural impediments that have made things more difficult. Moving on, the Lagos State Ministry of Transportation has installed 4 new intelligent transport systems sites for monitoring traffic and speed violations. Partnered with Huawei Technologies, according to reports. These new installations will work alongside existing automatic number plate recognition cameras and traffic management solution devices. Transportation Commissioner Oluwaseun Osiyemi announced the development during a press briefing on Thursday, 6th of February 2025. He said that 2 of the sites are speed detection checkpoints located at Ugudu Road, Alapere, with an 80 km/h limit, and another at Mobolaji Bank Anthony Way at Nitel with a 60 km/h limit. Enforcement is set to begin immediately, with violators receiving SMS notifications from the Vehicle Inspection Service detailing their infractions and corresponding fines. To end the local news, the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, has closed its case before the Edo State Governorship Election Tribunal without presenting a witness. INEC's legal counsel on Tuesday, 4th of February, formally moved to close its case without presenting any witnesses, a motion accepted by the tribunal. The commission said it will be relying solely on cross-examinations and arguments from the All Progressives Congress and Governor Monday Okpebholo's lawyers. The People's Democratic Party, also known as PDP, had first mounted a challenge to the election results, accusing INEC of orchestrating widespread irregularities and vote manipulation. On the foreign scene, President Cyril Ramaphosa of South Africa has said that his country will not be bullied. This came few days after US President Donald Trump said he will cut off funding to South Africa over a Land Reform Act. Trump earlier said, South Africa is confiscating land and treating certain classes of people, alluding to a new law which aims to even racial disparities in land ownership. Ramaphosa did not mention Trump by name, but spoke of growing geopolitical tensions in his annual State of the Nation address. Now to sports. Nigeria's Golden Eaglets will not participate in the 2025 U17 African Cup of Nations, also known as AFCON, taking place in Morocco. This was confirmed by the Confederation of African Football as the team finished 3rd at last year's, despite defeating Ghana 3-1, but failed to qualify for their year's U17 AFCON. Top 2 teams from the regional qualifiers and automatic spots, leaving Nigeria without a berth. The U17 AFCON is scheduled to take place in Morocco between March 30th and April 19th, 2025, and will serve as a qualifier for the 2025 U17 World Cup in Qatar, a tournament Nigeria has won 5 times. These are the headlines from the BDTV News at noon. Stay tuned as we bring you more updates. I am Norma Obuna.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
BusinessDay is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, BusinessDay has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At BusinessDay, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa. Since our establishment, we have been committed to delivering insightful, relevant, and accurate information about Nigeria's business and finance environment, while contextualizing the impact of global events. We monitor the stock market, analyze the companies driving it, and report on government policies and their economic implications.
For being consistent in organizing these CEO forums for almost the last 14 years, I think this was a commendation, and I think something that will encourage them to continue.
From decoding market trends to dissecting economic shifts, we offer actionable investment ideas and serve as a compass for decision-makers navigating complexity. Beyond headlines, BusinessDay fosters discussions on critical economic issues through impactful conferences and events. These platforms bring industry leaders together to share narratives that drive innovation and spark meaningful dialogues. Our events galvanize connections, bridging the gap between inspiration and achievement. For businesses seeking visibility, our strong digital presence offers unparalleled opportunities, with millions of followers across social media and a dynamic website attracting visitors from within and outside Nigeria. BusinessDay is the ideal platform to boost visibility for your products and services. If you're looking for in-depth analysis and expert opinions on Nigeria and Africa's business landscape, BusinessDay is your guide.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium BusinessDay. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Hello everyone, you're welcome to this week's edition of the BusinessDay Exclusive. Today we have Patrick Njoroge, the former Central Bank of Kenya governor, who will be talking to us today about his experience as a central bank governor in Kenya, his milestones and successes, as well as some of the interesting discoveries he made during his short stint here in Nigeria. During your tenure as the governor of the Central Bank of Kenya, you split a lot of hairs, especially for the tight grip on the banking system. But you still ended up winning 4 awards as the African Central Banker of the Year during your 8-year stint. So, what memories have remained with you from your time as CBK governor today?
Basically, the 8 years were, I would say, very eventful. A lot of events. And I think first, when we started off, we did have significant macroeconomic imbalances, inflation, exchange rate, etc. And also in the course of our time there, we were hit by many shocks. This is a time when I think the number of shocks and size of shocks increased dramatically. So volatility was a big issue. And the shocks, obviously, some of them were internal, and others were external. The price of oil, for instance, interest rates as well, external interest rates. All those things were things that we had to deal with. So the enduring memory is one of being in a boat out in the ocean and the waves, sort of batting the poor little thing. That's the memory I have. But I think at the end of the day, we brought it to shore. And it is true, maybe there were some large waves that almost capsized the entire economy. For instance, the interest rate caps that were imposed, and also some banking sector shocks. 3 banks were closed, and other shocks like that. But I think the enduring memory is one of having made it safely to port because of the collective support of people, meaning first the central bank staff, phenomenal. Secondly, all the banking sector operators working, understanding their role, and of course, more generally, the political class, meaning the administration supporting us in our objectives. So we believe that the enduring memory I have is one of having strengthened the system and leaving a better fit for purpose financial sector.
What was your vision for the Central Bank of Kenya during your stint as governor? And would you say you're comfortable with what was achieved?
The vision that we had was one of a modern, world-class central bank. And that's really the dominant, let's say, direction, our North Star, our guiding star during the time we were there. Now, that really meant that we needed to improve whatever was there in order to be that modern central bank in both the systems, the processes, and the people. So it wasn't just a general thing. So in each area of the central bank, we needed to be world-class. So we just went up one after the other, Obviously, everybody first had to be seized by this vision and understand that in their space, they need to improve the systems, the processes, right, and the people, right from, let's say, the people who do the cleaning or the security to, how the governor did his work. Everybody had to be world-class and all the processes around that. So it was a dominant sort of direction. And I think we achieved that in various ways. And I think it's a vision that continues to guide the central bank after we've left the place. But I think it is something that we can say we are proud of, because in some areas, actually, it is true. There has been recognition even externally. For instance, a key area, we won a prize on central banking prize. This was in 2016 in the area of communication in terms of our website. The best website was central banks. And then just most recently, we won this is after I'd left the place, on a project that we had been doing for 5 years, and this was the Central Securities Depository. Again, the best Central Securities Depository in the world. So it is a validation of achieving a vision, but that doesn't mean that it has ended. But I am delighted that we have been recognized. But there are many other things that have not been recognized. The people, the training we had to do, the improvement in, let's say, the processes that they did. So that's really what I can say, and I'm most proud of what we've done during that period.
Okay, so you alluded earlier to interest rate curbs, that happened while you were governor. I know that, yes, indeed, one was imposed in September 2016. And I know that you were very vocal in opposing those interest rate curbs on how much banks could charge on loans to customers, because it was felt at the time that some of these banks were ripping off customers with high interest rates that were not, and then you wanted them to show walk-ins and all of that. The government wanted them to show walk-ins and all of that. So you opposed that. What were your concerns at the time with that policy?
So really, the whole story around interest rate caps, the genesis of it was a general concern that banks or customers were being charged very high interest rates on loans. Also, there are other things, nuisance costs or nuisance charges on all sorts of things. So that sort of general feeling, and the population felt that actually the bankers, the banking sector was tone deaf. So their concerns and their cries had fallen on deaf ears. At the same time, the banks were doing very well in terms of their return on equity, etc. So there was clearly a problem. And unfortunately, if you have a hammer, everything you see looks like a nail. So the politicians, the legislators make laws, and they thought that the way to deal with it is to make a law that actually dictated what needed to happen. And we opposed that because first, having an interest rate cap was going to have significant consequences, negative consequences on the economy. Beyond despite the issues that they were trying to address, there will be other much larger, much more adverse consequences, such as things like we say that there will be significant rationing of credit, and so it will be available to just some people. And so banks won't do what you expect them to do, which is have credit available to most borrowers, etc. And then other things as well. There'll be also, it's not clear that banks will end up having lower income, right? They'll continue with this lack of sort of understanding of where the customer is, etc. So we opposed it because we knew that that is actually not even the best practice around the world, and we said there are other ways of dealing with this thing. Anyway, be as it may, we were overruled. It went ahead, and indeed, what then happened is we communicated to the public. We told the public these are the things that are going to happen. And indeed, after they went ahead, and the law was put in place. It was put in place on September 14th, 2016, which was the 50th anniversary of the central bank. So that was a 50th anniversary gift on that very day. So the point is that what the consequences were exactly as we had mentioned, and indeed as dire, and they pushed down the economy, and it became clear that we were right after all. And therefore, in the end, the interest rate caps were lifted, were removed. But in the interim, we had been working with the banks to make them much more customer-centric. That's really what we thought the the dominant solution would be. And much more customer-centric, or to be customer-centric, to have better pricing of model or better pricing of loans, so risk-based pricing of loans, to have a better credit referencing, meaning credit assessment of different borrowers having different let's say risk, and that being assessed exactly, and basically those are things that we put in place in the context of a new banking charter, which we introduced later and has remained in place. So I think the banking sector now is stronger. So in a sense, from a difficulty, we got a strength, we drew out a strength. And I think the banking sector was therefore, in some sense, saved. And customers were also saved in this regard.
I mean, it's not much different in Nigeria, because you hear people also talk about how, banks are not necessarily giving out loans at favorable interest rates. You feel like they're being ripped off as well. I think Kenya probably offers a good example why such interest caps on how much banks can price their loans would never work, really. It ends up being counterproductive.
I think it's important for us to learn from each other.
Yeah.
The experiences of Kenya on interest rate caps have actually been picked up by other countries that maybe where there are those same concerns. But at the end, we need to appreciate that you cannot. At the end, the laws of economics apply.
Precisely.
And there are differences across countries, but laws of economics apply.
Yeah.
And it is important, therefore, for banks to be customer-centric and improve. And there's an entire framework that they need to put in place in order to be to have risk-based pricing of loans, etc. But it is important to walk that journey. Yeah, you don't start at the end. You start where you are and continue on that journey.
Okay. So, are there any parallels you see between the Kenyan banking sector at the time where you were central bank governor and the Nigerian banking sector today?
Well, I don't know. I've only been here a week, so I mean, there's no way I can pretend to be an expert, or you know more about the banking sector here, or virtually every Nigerian knows more about the banking sector here than I do. The thing that has struck me while I've been here is just like the number of bank branches that you have. I mean, I've just going down one of the streets, there are like 10 of these branches. Yeah. In Kenya, you don't quite have that. Why? Because we are much more in the mobile banking space. So we use our phones. I have made the point before that in my 8 years as central bank governor, I've probably gone to a bank branch once. And since then, in the last 1 year, I haven't been to a branch. I don't need to. Why? Because most of all my transactions are on the phone. I can do it from the comfort of my home, etc. You can also do online, like on the laptop, etc. But most of us are in the space of mobile banking, using our handheld devices.
Precisely, yeah.
And so you can do a lot of that. So in effect, Kenya, what we have seen is actually a contraction of these banks, making them smaller, the branches.
Yeah, and investing more in technology.
And more investments in technology. So really making sure that technology goes out there.
Yeah.
Now, with technology, it just means that you don't need to have branches in every single street. Or for that matter, there are towns that you need, small towns, you probably need one branch, and that's sufficient, and it doesn't have to have all services. So I think there has been some rationalization. So that is one. So this whole business of mobile banking, I think, is something that a lot of us would learn from maybe Kenya and others that are at the forefront. obviously we were also, well, the COVID period helped us as well. I mean, it accelerated banking, mobile banking, adoption, etc. So that is one point. I think the other one, as I mentioned, is this thing of being customer centric. I don't know how customer centric your banks are, but I think there's a journey there. We too, meaning in Kenya, you cannot say that you are now customer centric. It's a journey that it's like, running the marathon. You have to train every day. You have to become better and, push down your time by a second or two. So it's that effort that needs to be maintained. And then finally, the issue of, you should appreciate that Nigerian banks are some of the large banks at least, very Pan-African. They're extended in Africa. And indeed, you have 3 jurisdictions that you could say have Pan-African banks. Yeah, Nigeria, South Africa, and Kenya. And the issue is, how are they working in those other jurisdictions? Are they becoming, they're not just taking what they know here. They're actually serving those jurisdictions, the best they can with the services. So I think those are the 3 areas that I'll probably flag that we need to learn from each other.
So I want to take you back to an interview that you did at Yale University, where you said one of the biggest challenges you faced, during your time as the CBK governor was having to close down the mid-sized lender Chase Bank in 2016. Can you speak to some of the challenges you faced? What made it so challenging?
Basically, the closing of a bank is a difficult decision. But I think it is also important to understand that it is not like you go out and turn on a switch or turn off a switch. There's an entire process, right? And from a point of view of, a bank may have difficulties and it's supported in particular ways, etc. And to a point where you just realize that this is untenable. And the decision, after carefully weighing that, then one decides to close it. I think the issue of closing banks in general is one of the impact on people.
I would like to ask this question about Nigeria, as well as other African countries, are putting up reforms to ensure that they improve dollar liquidity in the foreign exchange markets, as well as improve investor confidence. What would you say how would you assess the pace of these reforms?
Wow, how much time do you have? I mean, that's maybe something that one can write, many PhD dissertations on. But anyway, in sum, I think it is important to understand the following. First, the context of every economy. There are no 2 economies that are identical. Mm-hmm. And so the specificity of every economy, and the specificity maybe even the way people deal with things, the way people deal with banks, things like that. So, and then the other one, which is important, which is, let's say, the fundamental, was the foundation of some of these things, is the macroeconomic strength, the strength of the macroeconomic framework. Right? I mean, think about the standard macroeconomic measures of macroeconomic performance, right? Things like inflation. Mm-hmm. How well are we doing on that? How well are we doing on growth, the economic activity, and also things about where are we in terms of the development of the various markets. Mm-hmm. Now, at times we think that there's only one market, which is the foreign exchange market. That's not true. There are many markets. You have the goods market, which is how you get your inflation numbers. You also have the money market. That's another price. You have the labor market, which is the unemployment and sort of thing. And it goes on.
Yeah.
Right? So I'm making the point that that defines the context of what happens in terms of
the
the
reforms.
And that's where you always start. And then you begin to build the institutions in each one of these areas. You cannot build on sand. You should not build on sand, even though it's very easy to begin building on sand. So yes, maybe if you have sand, you have to drive some piles down there to support what's going to happen. And I think that's where the regulators are in many areas in Africa. Now, it doesn't mean that all of us, all the reforms are the same across countries, are all at the same place. Yeah, we talked about, for instance, mobile banking, where Kenya is much further ahead. Yeah? That has its implications, for instance, on the effectiveness of monetary policy, yeah, and the instruments that you have. So I'm trying to make the point that that context is really the one that you have to begin with, and there's no one size fits all. But in general, in each economy, you need to assess the stability, macroeconomic stability. If you haven't dealt with that, gotten a sort of a reasonably stable macroeconomic, at least from a point of view, macroeconomic indicators, then you have some ways to go. I think you don't have to have it perfectly right. But I mean, inflation needs to be brought under control, yeah? And even as you're doing other things. Why? Because that actually determines, even you mentioned investor confidence.
Yeah.
That determines that. It determines even the premium, the risk premium that maybe some investors will demand in order to invest in you. So it has macroeconomic impact today and in the future. At the same time, you are working to strengthen the instruments, for instance, monetary policy instruments. And this, I think, for instance, working towards moving, what are the instruments that are used in terms of guiding monetary policy? There's the whole business of inflation targeting. In order to get there, you need to build a whole lot of infrastructure to support that. And the infrastructure means building institutions, building capacity in those things. I want to finish by saying that if the banking sector doesn't work correctly, the economy stumbles.
Sure.
And this is from a point of view of even, let's say, risk management. We talked about that. From a point of view of directing investments to the most, let's say, effective, greatest return, those things won't happen. You can also talk about intermediation of savings. So all that won't happen if indeed we have a weak banking sector.
Precisely.
And I think banks are not just trading. They're supposed to do all those things. And I think that's the journey.
And I guess that's why a lot of African economies are prioritizing strengthening the banking sector, at this time, to just ensure that they get their economies up and running. What would you say are your thoughts on how to go about this? Because during your tenure as Central Bank of Kenya's governor, you also went about the same purpose of, just trying to strengthen the banks in Kenya as well.
No, I mean, one needs to be clear. All jurisdictions are not the same. All economies are not the same. So what needs to be improved? What are the gaps, etc. And in general sense, I just say that there is this improvement that needs to be done towards customer centricity. Meaning, what is the objective if it is not to serve customers? And then making use of improving the various instruments. We talked about risk-based pricing of loans. That is extremely important. We talked about improving the various delivery channels Yeah. And even internally, you know, the thing of risk management, internal risk management. I mean, think, for instance, if we are more into digital technology, or let's say IT based, it means you have to be much more concerned about, for instance, cybersecurity.
Yeah.
And that requires a whole, so it's not a free lunch.
All right, sir. Thank you so much for your time. That was a great conversation. Thank you.
For more in-depth analysis, please read up on our website at www.businessday.ng.
You are watching Business Day Television.
I am, of course, a great admirer of the impeccable credibility, professionalism, and business savviness of BusinessDay. If you really mean business in Nigeria, start your day with BusinessDay.
Business Day is West Africa's leading provider of business intelligence and information, delivering premium content across diversified media platforms, including online, mobile, and print. Since its inception in 2001 with a weekly newspaper production, Business Day has expanded its reach to provide exclusive content accessible through print, mobile, and online channels. Our premium offerings are further enriched with syndicated content from esteemed sources like the Financial Times, The Economist, and the Harvard Business Review. At Business Day, our mission is clear: to be the foremost provider of business and financial content, empowering readers to make informed decisions in Nigeria and Africa.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.
Hello viewers, welcome to BDTV Match Center Friday show, your top-notch show for exclusive and in-depth sport analysis. With me here on the show is, I call him the Match Center gang. Lolade Akinrole. Nice having you.
Thank you. It's a pleasure to be here.
Yeah, and my own ever present Ibrahim.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm doing great. Thank you very much for having me today.
We'll straight to the business of the day. A lot happened during the transfer market, and we cannot but talk about it. And the big spenders and what this means. We looked at the top. For me, let's look at the biggest. Buyings, the biggest signings. I'm shocked. Saudi League are still dominating the transfer market. They signed this Aston Villa John Duran for 77 million. They are beating City. I was thinking that City could just dominate the transfer market. What do you make of it?
Why were you thinking City would dominate the transfer market? Because of the struggles we have with the players, with the squad?
Of course, they are rich.
Yeah. Honestly, City's transfer business in general has surprised me to a large extent, because it's rare for a club to spend that much, during the January transfer window. But I guess it just goes to show that the weaknesses in the squad needed to be addressed immediately, and that's why you see that huge outlay by Man City. But I think they've signed players that would really help steady the team. If you ask me, I think most of those signings would really come to full bearing next season. I think it's a case of just trying to get them in early so that they can, the manager can start to bed them into the team ahead of next season. Because clearly the squad has serious challenges with injuries, and the need to just refresh the squad is ever more glaring.
Wow, interesting. But for me, Spain, used to be those days one of the biggest spenders in transfer. But this time around, they are just quiet in the transfer market.
Well, if you look at what the Spanish teams are doing, probably in their league and also in Europe, you'd say they are faring well enough. Barcelona is doing wonderfully well. Real Madrid, and that's literally it. These two teams, and maybe Atletico Madrid. So if it's not problematic, if there's no problem, you are not supposed to fix anything.
Exactly.
So why bring in player when you are doing well?
Yeah.
So I feel that's one of the reasons that we didn't see much from them this last window. And also, if you look at Barcelona having issue with financial issues around bringing in even registering players that they already have. So. Real Madrid already had brought in an Mbappe that is still trying to find his feet in the team. So there's no need literally to bring in any other player. I just feel like January was the best time for them to just continue with what they have.
Wow, interesting. But we were thinking that the likes of Madrid had some challenges that maybe they could have, because like what you said, if Madrid is not spending, Barcelona is spending, Atletico, these are the big guys that can spend. But me, I was thinking Madrid should buy, but they refuse to buy. Is it because, are they trying to maybe financial fair play and all of that playing out? Because these guys used to spend big.
Yeah, so I think before the beginning of this season, Ancelotti already said that he's not buying any player. That's before the season started, apart from Mbappe that came in. So I believe that's the philosophy he's still running with. You have younger players that can come in, the players from the feeders team. They can always, you have a Gula that is not even playing as much as you expect him to play. Hendrick is there. So I honestly don't believe they have any problem in what the squad that they have now. If anything, it will be to play as a team that is the problem, not because they do not have the players.
Yeah.
So
to add to that, let's also not forget that the January transfer window is not the main transfer window.
Interesting.
People just go in there to address emergencies, really, if you like. Exactly. So if I don't know how many very good players have been signed in January. If you look at over the years, you tend to see that the big signings happen during the normal end of season transfer window. Yeah, but January is just that opportunity for teams to address maybe possible gaps that have emerged in their squad as a result of injuries and all of that. So the activity is usually not that much. But like I said earlier, it's no surprise that Man City, went big this window because they have obvious challenges with their squad due to injuries. But then again, you can make the point that quite a number of English teams, you would have expected them to also strengthen this January, like Arsenal, for instance. The problems they have, in attack, especially with the injuries they have as well. But it's really difficult. I mean, just looking at the historical trend, it's really difficult to do great deals in January. But I think from what I've heard, I think Man City, I mean, it's a surprise that they've been able to pull this, the signings they've done, to pull it off. I think they've signed really good players, if you ask me. Yeah.
So I think for me too, January transfer are actually really ridiculous when it comes to the amount being paid for players that you're not supposed to even pay 30 million
because
for.
these things are being done in
desperation. Because yes, it's urgent.
Like a panic buy.
Exactly. So you're trying to bring in a player for just come as
and the selling club will squeeze that. They'll ensure they get the best
to
value
pay more. Exactly. So we had the record of Fernando Torres coming down to Chelsea from Liverpool in January, and we saw how that panned out. And so for Man City, you also this is a team that normally stays in the top two every season, at least in the last 6 seasons, and now they are literally below top 4. So they need to bring in those players to come and do the magic, if you ask me. So they need to shuffle the team a little bit and bring Mr. Lade said they're also preparing for next season with those, because they are young guys and mostly they don't even speak. Most of them don't speak English.
I think
so. They need to learn and all of that.
We'll go there. We'll go to that shortly. But again, I'm trying to break down each league. And again, look at the French League One. PSG, they didn't spend much, but they tried. AC Milan, they tried. Not too much of activity, but the Middle East, Saudi, the Al Ahly, and all of that. Competing, it's like competing with Man City in this January transfer window. And I'm saying that it's like a new destination.
Of course, it is. It is. I mean, there's one mistake that people make, that people forget that sometimes, I mean, these footballers, they also follow the money. You know, it'll be a mistake to think that players don't consider, you know, the amounts involved in terms of how much they could potentially earn in salaries when they think about which clubs to move to or which clubs to stay back in. You know, so it's the allure of playing in the Saudi League is not fantastic, but you know, it comes with such a huge pay rise. I mean, for John Duran, if you look at his story, you would see that it's a no-brainer for him to have accepted that deal, even though at a young age, he's under 24, isn't he? 21, you know, to go to Saudi Arabia, you know,
at that age.
Goes to show that,
I think he'll just do 3-4 years, then he'll probably come back to Europe and get it kicking, because most time when these players come from North and South America, even Africa here, they tend to go for the money. After the money, some of them turn back to, you know, play for the big boys. He still have age. He's still very young, 21. If he's doing 4-5 years in Saudi, he'll still be 26. He can only still come back to Europe, England, Germany, you know.
So he should secure the bag first.
Secure the bag first, then exactly. So I think that's one of the things that Tevez did one time. So he moved around a lot, you know, because when in an interview he said his family was very poor. He had to settle every one of them before playing football the way he wanted. So I think, you know, when they come from these regions, they tend to follow the money a lot.
Even our own Boniface too was close to. In fact, they were supposed to sign him before they changed their mind. 64 billion. You know, for me, it's big. And the guy was excited about it, saying, well, and I was wondering, people were saying that, Boniface, 24 years, going to Saudi League. They used to call it Farmers League. But now the dynamics are changing. It's no longer the Farmers League. I think I call it Money League. It's Money League, and you know, we are likely to see more of this in the coming transfer windows. A lot of upsets. You see players 2021, 22, Spanish League, Italian League, going to Saudi League. It's all for the money, because football is a big thing. It's a big thing. You need to spend to grow your league. Wow, interesting. So for me, let's go straight to Man City, and you know, we're talking about City before now. City over the weekend lost to, you know, I won't say lost, battered or woefully. He lost to Arsenal. And the shocking thing is that after spending so much in the January transfer window, is it that with all these spendings, top 4 finish, is it debatable for City?
Well, it's too early to say that. Obviously the January signings were not supposed to come into the Arsenal game and turn the game around. I mean, how many of the new signings even played? It was just Suma Mamouche. But the thing is, like I said earlier, I think some of those signings is really building for the future. Yes, of course, City's place in the top 4 is being threatened now, because you have quite a number of very good teams that are pushing for that top 4 spot. You have Newcastle now. I think Man City and Newcastle, they are tied on the same level of points, 41 points, if I'm correct. City 5th, and then Newcastle 4th. So this signings definitely, perhaps, I mean, it will be a pleasant surprise if they actually do help reverse the tide of Man City's season, which has been really a case of a lot of fumbles, you know. But the main test of how well the signings would come, you know, would impact City would be for the next season at least. You know, that's when I think you could do a very objective evaluation of the impact that they've had. But that's not to rule out the fact that they are supposed to still at least, you know, have some sort of impact from now till the end of the season. If you look at the problem position for City, it's been defensive midfield. You know, opposition teams have just essentially bypassed that midfield. It's totally non-existent these days, and that's why Arsenal were able to even get those 5 goals. You know. Because of Rodri's injury. So now that City have signed Nico Gonzalez from Porto, hopefully the guy would go straight into the team and help to plug those holes that have emerged as a result of Rodri's absence. So yeah, some of those signings would come to would have an impact before the end of the season, but the real impact would be for next season, I imagine. You know that there's this, if you look at the trend of signings that Pep Guardiola has made at City, the players tend to have an underwhelming first season, and then the next season they really kick on. Even the Rodri, there's a Ballon d'Or winner today. When City signed him, the first season he was below par. He wasn't. People were already making suggestions that perhaps the English league, was too fast for him, too fast paced, given that he was coming from Spain, Atletico Madrid. But after that, I mean, no one can say that today. So yeah, they would need time, but Man City would definitely be hoping that some of these signings would help turn around their season and help secure a top 4 spot, which I feel is the only realistic target for them now. Yeah,
for me, he said they will need time. So the question is that time. But for me, Guardiola was saying that this is all over and all of that. But for me, you can't make that kind of signing. Former Premier League winner and all of that, and you are still struggling to make top 4. For me, I looked after that match game. I feel like it's like the season is always concluded for City.
So I honestly doubt that, because we're talking about a Manchester City that's been managed by Pep Guardiola. So it is not over until the 38 games have been played.
38 games, yeah.
So because like you said, he's brought in 4 players this last window, and he's currently sitting, I think, 5th.
Yeah.
Fifth.
Level on points with Newcastle.
With the issue of making top 4, I think they can actually make top 2, not even top 4, because you look at the teams that are number 2 to number 4. We talk about Arsenal.
I don't think Arsenal fans will take that lightly.
I don't care about their feelings. If you look at the data, you look at their record in the last 2-3 seasons, Arsenal has always fumbled, especially when in the last 10 games of the season, and now they are just 9 points, 3 matches ahead of Man City. Then you have a Nottingham Forest that's literally, having the best time of their life this season. You can always still go down. Then you have Chelsea that is not consistent. At least the word consistently consistent. That's the Chelsea team for you today. So, and then you have a Man City that can always, eat you, give you a run for your money. So if you look at Manchester City, the quality there, I think the issue now is just that the team in itself is not compact yet.
Okay, I want to
make it top 4.
I want to ask you, some of those players that were signed, for me, I see them as I can't say they are top class players, no, because you can never get a top class player in the January transfer window, because any top class player is already cup tied. So, and some of these players are like fringe players, and throwing them to that deep sea. Man City is like a deep sea. The other time, one of them was like naive. He got booked and Guardiola said, please come out. So for me, seeing this kind of guys, naive players, slightly above average players, and you can't rule out what Nottingham Forest is doing. Forget the name, but Nuno Espirito is doing very well with Nottingham Forest. Chelsea, they're like 5th seed now. They're on the, so looking at what City, I'm not looking at past glory. Looking at these additions, these additions for me are not like the kind of additions is not for now. Is for next season. So that puts a doubt in City's top 4 finish, because as it is, all these guys, for me, and again, you look at Pep Guardiola, yes, fantastic manager. Football is a mind game. Currently now, the guy is going through a lot. And you and I know, if you are not mentally stable, even at your workplace, you can't give you 100%. So all those factors could also play out. And looking at the way, ordinarily, Pep Guardiola will not lose to Arsenal shamefully. So for me, it's like a red flag.
But Tony, so you make the point about the average players. Not all of them are average players, so to speak. Omar Mamouche, for instance, had the second highest goal involvement across Europe's top 5 leagues, just behind Salah, right? But again, if you look at the
out of 5
trend,
or 4,
yeah,
you just mentioned one.
True.
Nico
Gonzalez was playing in Porto before he joined. The defender from Uzbekistan as well. He was playing in RC Lens. And then the other guy from Victor Reis. I think he was from Palmeiras or so. No, but Pep Guardiola is not the kind of manager that's really gone ahead to sign world-class talents all the time. These are the type of average players that he brings in, and then he coaches them and brings the best. Yes. Precisely. And I keep going back to the example of Rodri. Rodri is the first Manchester City player to ever win a Ballon d'Or.
Rodri was a talent.
These guys are all talented players, but Rodri was not world class when he was signed.
No, he was not world class. But Rodri was a better rated player than all these players.
No, I don't think so. I don't think. In fact, Rodri didn't have a starting position. He was with Atletico Madrid.
I'm saying
He didn't even have a starting spot. You don't know that. He was being benched then by Thomas Partey.
Rodri was.
So it was easy. It was a
him.
fringe player. It was easy for him to come in. If you look at Nico Gonzalez, in fact, Nico Gonzalez, somebody who has gone through the La Masia Academy, was in Barcelona. He would have gone back to Barcelona if not for the financial struggles that they have. So he's even coming to City with a higher reputation than Rodri, if you ask me. He's been the main man for Porto in midfield, you know, and then giving what. So Pep is the guy who makes.
So you guys have not mentioned. You've not mentioned what I just pointed out. Currently, Pep, people have suggested that he needs to take a sabbatical because you can't be badly two
for
things.
someone who's just separated from his wife.
Yes, he's going through a lot of mental torture, and you can't take that away. And it is playing down on the team. It is obvious. It is showing because at the time when people felt that he will resign or step back, he signed under 4 years. I think that triggered the wife's emotion. I said, "Come on, you're not been having time with me. You now went ahead and signed under extension."
Yes, I agree. I agree that would definitely take a toll on his, you know, the performance of the team and all of that. You know, what is happening to Pep Guardiola on a personal level. But let's not over-exaggerate it. I mean, when he lost his mother, City ended up winning a domestic treble. You know, so let's not over-exaggerate. Yeah, it's definitely. It would definitely have an impact on the team and the performance of the team because it would definitely impact Pep Guardiola, the manager. But I think that he's professional enough to
handle it.
Yes,
to separate his personal life from work. So for me, I think my addition would be that the 4 guys I see is bringing in not just for next season, also to try as much as possible not to do bad or worse than the team is currently doing. So
like to salvage
exactly.
Situation
but my issue with those signings is the fact that he didn't even look at the English Premier League for a quick fix. Just get one player here, get one player there that could speak English and that could easily, come
he
to the
said,
team.
Hang on a minute.
He said he's not looking at
of the four signings. Omar Mamouche speaks perfect English. You know that. Nico Gonzalez speaks perfect English as well.
Okay.
Victor Reis, and then obviously
the guy from Uzbekistan.
So
but these guys didn't play in
EPL. But you know that going to England, shopping for a player in England during the January transfer window will come at a steep cost.
No. So I'm talking about a loan deal. Most of the deal in the EPL.
No, that'll be a short-term fix.
But Guardiola is not looking at short-term. Because these guys are apparently young players that can give 6-7 years.
Precisely.
So for me, why he is looking at I just hope that the season is not over for Pep Guardiola and for all the Man City fans, you guys should just keep hope alive and keep faith alive. And they say it's not over until it is over.
But why are we not also talking about Arsenal that failed to strengthen in the attack?
But they're not doing. They're second.
Isn't it shocking?
Does it
show a lack of ambition? Really, they're not ready to win.
So I think Arteta feels.
Let's not bring Arsenal here. The question here is that you guys have spent so much, and we are not seeing the results. Arsenal, we know they have their injuries. But they're still second. City, that's what I mean. Okay. City have spent so much. Okay. Arsenal, for them, even if they finish second at the end of the season, they'll pump champagne. They'll celebrate. Their situation is not precarious like Man City's situation. So the other day, Arteta was lamenting, but I'm sure if he wants to buy, he would have bought a player. Well, for Arsenal, I don't see them. I don't see Arsenal placing the Premier League as their priority. I think for them, the top 4 finish is their biggest priorities. And I'm sure they can achieve that. Given worst case, they will finish top 4.
So, top 4, FA Cup there.
I don't think the owners and Arteta would agree with that they'll be satisfied with the top 4 finish, especially given how much they've spent in the last 3 years at least under Arteta.
But they're not doing as if they want to win the league. They're not doing as if they want to win the league.
Because you expect
go hard or go home.
Exactly.
The amount that's been spent, then go the extra mile. Address all of the pain points. Yes, and then
because I'd expected the Arsenal team to get 1 or 2 players in this last window because this is the best time to get it done. This is the best time to get it done. You don't have a Manchester City.
Look at Osimhen, for instance. How did Osimhen end up going to Galatasaray?
It's like you read my mind. I was saying that perhaps the likes of Chelsea, Arsenal, United, perhaps are waiting for Ijaya, our own Victor Osimhen. By summer.
Hopefully he comes to Chelsea.
So perhaps maybe they are like waiting that let's wait for this big guy to come. And for me, going to Arsenal, I don't know. Chelsea, I don't know. United.
So I feel like Osimhen will probably be playing in England next season alongside this Sporting Lisbon player, this Gyökeres, because these are the most sought after strikers in the world right now. These two guys, and what better club to go to than to play for Arsenal?
You left Isak out. Isak is
Isak is currently playing with Newcastle team.
Yeah, but you know what I think. So maybe sometimes it's simplistic when we say that a club has a deficiency in this area or this area of the team, you know, and they need to address it. They could just sign someone and bring. I think there's a lot more that goes into player transfers than just, oh, this guy is good, and he can, you know, there's so many other things. You don't want to upset the balance.
The balance, yes.
And you know, if you notice, Arteta has been constantly talking about, oh, we're trying to get players in, but not just any. But the
players that suits the
sometimes you're surprised that sometimes the players' attitude
and the salary structure.
So like I think like the issue we're having right now with Real Madrid, where if you're having a Vinicius and Mbappe on the pitch, they don't perform so well. But when you have one of these guys, they are playing wonderfully well. Either one of them plays good.
You can't allude to that fact for now. It's too early.
No, it's too early. But so far, the matches that these guys have played together.
How many matches have they played together?
Yeah,
and so you can't allude to that. Let them play one full
season. But so far, it's been that way. So let's see if it changes with time.
So that's the trend right now. Even Vinicius too did not become a superstar overnight. He has spent so much season at Real Madrid. Yeah, so Mbappe is just coming in. So he will need time to blend, and he's not doing badly at the moment.
No, he's not.
So that's by the way. Just one last thing. Your last words. City, sure, they will finish top 4, or dicey or debatable?
No, not debatable. They are making top 4. As a matter of fact, they will make top 3.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, because I look at the second to fourth position team, and those guys are not. They are not people that you trust to keep on the momentum till the end of the season.
They'll gas out.
They'll gas out. You look at Chelsea losing to a deficient Manchester City, 3-1. So you see what I'm talking about. So when they play, say. Nottingham Forest and
Forest to gas out.
Exactly, because the depth in squad, the quality of manager, the pedigree that Manchester City is also coming with back-to-back Premier League winners.
So you're backing Pep Guardiola's
top 4
to push for a top 4 finish for the citizens.
Exactly.
Lolade, well, you're a City fan. I don't expect anything less.
But I'm an objective City fan. I'm not. I think top 4 is realistic. I mean, I've been saying it for a while now that people who were thinking at some point that maybe Man City could still stage a late comeback and perhaps even win the Premier League, I said, no, it's not going to happen. It's not going to happen. Not when you have that many injuries, and the team is very unstable. Injuries at the back, every single centre back for City this season has been injured. They've been in and out. And then, of course, Rodri's absence, So top 4 is realistic, but I believe that I won't be surprised if Man City didn't actually make the top 4, to be honest.
Why?
Because clearly because of the challenges that the team is having to deal with right now. Yeah. But I know for sure that top 6, at least, will be in Europe. Maybe not in the Champions League, but the Europa League. Maybe it's time for City to win the Europa League for
I actually love to see Manchester City play in Europe outside the Champions League. Probably a conference or...
What do you mean?
Europa
League. No, I didn't say conference. Europa is fine.
They've been playing before the...
but they never did well.
Before Pep Guardiola brought them from that...
but they never did well.
I think that's a course.
Never did.
He brought you guys from that course. Is it like he's taking you back there again?
Oh, come on. It's too soon.
Okay. That's fine. Hope you enjoyed today's show. This is all we can bring to you, and we hope you enjoyed today's show. My name is Anthony Lebem, and Lorade, thank you for always showing up anytime I call.
Thank you.
Yeah. Brian, thank you so much.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah. See you next week. Thank you. Bye.
Attention business leaders. Want to make informed decisions? Join the ranks of the best with Premium Business Day. Access in-depth analysis and expert opinions to stay ahead. Subscribe now at premium.businessday.ng and unlock premium content. Plus, you get 50% off your first subscription. Don't miss out. Make smarter choices and seize new opportunities. Sign up now and elevate your business game. Visit premium.businessday.ng today.